Go live. Go live. Go live. Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? I'm having, sorry it's a bit late, but I'm having fun. I've been having fun today. I've been having fun all day. Basically, the first time I got to sit down for the whole weekend has been doing a Twitch stream, and I was being lazy. I should have scheduled this video and done all the admin before I did the Twitch stream, but I didn't. And I just went, yeah, I'll get to it in a bit. Right. So, bum. Ba-da-da. Da-da-da. Ah, that'll do. That'll do nicely. So, we want that to go to live chat as well. Now we want to go to a Q&A. Many, many books. No, this goes to live chat. And add source. Sorry, if you see me clicking from my teeth, that's because I got some peanut butter put in it. Yes, that is dinner today. But don't worry, I did have something for lunch. It wasn't what was supposed to be for lunch, but I had something for lunch. Yay! That is working. There you. How many did Canadian beavers would it take to disassemble the first rate in the day? Well, it depends. How long do they have? Because if you're talking about in a day, and you are saying in a first rate in a day, I'd say let's start off with 1,000 because there's some very thick wood to gnaw through. Were frigates and ships of the line really so rare on the west coast of America? Were frigates and ships of the line really so rare on the west coast of Americas? Yes, because why do you need them down there? Frigates would sometimes turn up, but usually it was smaller ships. Because who in that area had bigger ships? And how are you going to get them there? You're going to have to sail them around South America all the way up? Or sail them all the way across the Pacific? For what reason? Who's there you need a bit of ship of the line to fight? Let's be honest, the Royal Navy turns up with a Razé on the west coast in the War of 1812, and they would be the biggest ship for thousands of miles. Okay, so this is another thing interesting. I've got a couple of shorts which I'm planning, which is one which is more about, you know, another explanation of the whole spectrum. And I've got another one which is explaining a response to a comment which has appeared on the Battlecruiser video, which is... Okay. So before I do the short, let me just explain something to you. Whenever someone says to me the words, oh, it's naive of the Royal Navy to think that they should not have, their battle cruisers would not be called into the battle line with the, you know, battleships. You know the three questions I ask? One, do you realise that the Royal Navy at Battle of Jutland have 28 dreadnoughts there, dreadnought battleships there, to the entire German high seas fleets? 16 dreadnought battleships, 5 battle cruisers, and 6 pre-dreadnoughts. So even without the battle cruisers, the 9 battle cruisers joining in, the Royal Navy still outnumbers the entire German high seas fleet capital ships, including their pre-dreadnoughts. But leaving that to one side, here's the thing. Would you expect the Royal Navy to use a battleship to do a battle cruiser's job? To go being a solo ship wandering around the world, dealing with surface raiders, doing that sort of duty? You know, being the distant ship on a distant station on its own? You probably wouldn't, because that would be quite a waste of a battleship, especially as your entire strength is in keeping them, concentrated, so they are this big sledgehammer that can be deployed as a force to go thump when they need to. Whereas if they're off in solo little pockets, then people can, well, outnumber them, outgun them, and overwhelm them individually. You don't do that with a battleship. So if you wouldn't expect a battleship to do a battle cruiser's job, why do you expect the Royal Navy to think a battlecruiser should do a battleship's job? Now, I have to admit, this is my only problem with Jellicoe at Jutland. Because 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron should have been nowhere near that fight, in terms of going in the line of battle. And this is the man who had kept R-class, Revenge class battleships out of the battle, because they weren't ready for a battle, and yet has the Battlecruiser Squadron in the line when he doesn't need them. And honestly, I would say that's entirely done through this whole obsession with mathematical numbers, but also, imagine if the Battlecruisers had been kept back as a swing group. You can argue that maybe with the performance of Beatty, he didn't trust such a swing group. He presumed Beatty would charge into place and do whatever anyway, so he might as well keep him in where he could ideally control him, and that I can accept. But if you had a less elan, less obsessed with his own image commander in charge of the battlecruisers, who had a competent communications team, if you'd had those 9 battlecruisers as a swing force, even after they've lost some ships, they could have been used as a fixing force. They could have been sent round ahead of the battle fleet, because the German battle fleet is held to the speed not of their battlecruisers, not of their battleships, but their pre-dreads. They're held to their speed. So you can do all sorts of fun maneuvers with them if you want to. So this is my point. Whenever someone writes that sort of comment, the Royal Navy was naive to think that they would, you should have to consider, A, the sheer number of dreadnought battleships they are building, and B, the fact of the reverse. Would you use the battleships to do the battlecruiser role? If no, then why would you use the battlecruisers to do the battleship role? They are built for distinct mission profiles. Yes, they do have an overlap in that they both look like massive, great big ships with massive, great big guns. Yeah. That's the tech of the day. But it's... how do I put it? Giving you an example today. The US Navy has more supercarriers, more aircraft carriers than any other navy in the world. More than actually pretty much all the other navies in the world combined. Yet, they continue to experiment with the idea of using their amphibious ships as basically light fleet carriers. They need their amphibious ships for the amphibious operations, but honestly, what they're looking at doing is trying to use those to substitute for their carriers to free up their carriers to do other duties, so they don't have to protect the amphibious task group. And you sit there and go, well, yes, but they're never going to be able to do the role of the carrier the same as the carrier can they? No. They can probably, in a defensive posture, provide an outer air defense for the amphibious task group. They can probably do that, or the amphibious task force. They can carry enough aircraft. But they won't have they don't have AWACS unless the US Marine Corps or the US Navy decides to borrow helicopter airborne early warning from the Royal Navy, or whatever drone system comes next, which is going to be STOL, at least if not VISTOL capable. They're going to be fighters operating from a carrier with no airborne early warning, in which case the Royal Navy has a good case study for the US to look at. It's called the Falklands War. You had fighters, you had no airborne early warning. You want to change the results of the Falklands War in terms of the number of losses of the Royal Navy. It's very easy. You get the Sea King AEW built, which it was built, considering how quickly it was built and deployed. You get them done earlier. You start that project back in 1981. Get it done and in service. Maybe 1980. Get it done in service when it was supposed to be. The losses of Royal Navy ships drop dramatically, because suddenly the Harriers can do a proper combat air patrol because they know where the enemy are going to be. You don't have the scenario where you have sea skimming missiles being able to get as close without being spotted, so there's a wider alert net going up, and you can build up a proper integrated air defense network. Or you don't need great airborne early warning, but you need airborne early warning. So you see, that's the scenario here. Whenever someone says that to me, I just... yeah. And yes, the odds are if you'd had large cruisers, they would take part in the battle, but it's where they take part in the battle. You don't stick the armoured cruisers in the line of battle. No one wanted to stick the armoured cruisers. They were supposed to be offside. They were supposed to be outside of the other side of the line of battle to make sure nothing came charging round or out the blue and suddenly surprised the Royal Navy's battle line. That should be where the battle cruisers were as well. They should have been sat offside and used as a swing force. Now, good. We might use battlecruisers in a battleship role. One possible answer is Lancaster theory. Use numbers available, annihilate. Not saying good reason, but it's possible. Yeah, it is. It's basically the entire reason of why Jellicoe does it, but it's an absolutely terrible idea because they're not built for that role. And it's also what then leads to some very strange things of people going, well, the German battlecruisers were better than the Royal Navy battlecruisers because they have more armour. Are they better able to do the battlecruiser role for the Royal Navy because they have more armour? Well, no, they aren't. Are the Royal Navy battlecruisers able to do the German role because they have less armour? Not really. So what you're saying is the German battlecruisers suited the German Navy, and the Royal Navy's battlecruisers suited the Royal Navy. And what you're trying when you start doing arbitrary comparisons like this with top trump numbers, in anyone's case, is to create an artificially conflation where you find one ship short by another Navy standards. You can also find their ships short by the other Navy standards. So basically, you have just set up a pointless comparison to give yourself an ego boost. It's what happens. Anyway, I do enjoy the comments, but I do find some of them a bit... I sit there and go, I just did an entire long, almost 2-hour-long video where I explain all of this, and you ignore it and you do a top trumps comment, a top trumps comparison discussion, and it's pretty much pointless. But you know, they'll get a response when I do the comment response video. Hello, Wade Anat. Right, hello everyone. Let's start. Hello, Peter Dawson. Hello, Mega Scrow. Hello, De Brook. Hello, Byron Newman. Hello, Albazaski. Hello, DG40. Hello, Timmy Locker. Hello, Idris Verdun. Hello, Runon. Hello, Steve Clarke. Hello, Carl Van Gasbeck. Hello, Newaki4472. Hello, Stephen Richards. Hello, Blackman Maximus. How many bears would it take to disassemble the first raid in a day? Never discount that. Bears are very, very capable. Hello, Santa Canero. Hello, Bugger8829. Hello, Manly1640. Hello, Tachitu Vishal. Hello, Bob Fry. Hello, Paul Westwick. Hello, Rapid Raceback. Hello, Wade Emmett. I said already, but I'll say it again. Hello, Mike Cavallo. Thank you, Wade. It's very kind of you to say that. Hello, John UK. Hello, Mole's Revenge. Hello, Just Monk. Hello, Tanaverga. And hello, Abazaski. Not against most world cups, but in the third world, a Squadron F-35B will wipe out their Air Force cleared. Yeah. But I'd still prefer to have airborne early warning if I was actually going to do anything. And in the nicest way, I think the lesson you have to remember for a nation, even the advanced nations, is they can't afford these days to always presume they're going to be to prepare for war as if they always are going to be fighting people who are less capable than them. You have to prepare for war as if you're going to be fighting a peer. And then, if you're not, that's great. But if you are, you're ready for it. How many corgis to take over first rate? Probably one very cuddly corgi could pretty much take over first rate, because who would want to upset the corgi? But seriously, a few per deck would probably more than quickly incapacitate the crew. No, Verdun, you didn't upset me with the repulse for now question. I am having fun. I have fun with questions. It's going to sound strange. I'm always happy to get the questions, but sometimes I do look at them and go, okay, either I have been very bad at explaining this video, this topic, or you have just not listened to this video and have commented. Or you've listened to like 5 minutes of the video and commented. And I'm fairly certain in this case this person's listened to 5 minutes of the video and commented, because otherwise they would not have said some of the things they've said. Hello, Gia Guy. Hello, Eric H. Now, what do I have? I have Iron Brew today. I do have Iron Brew. Oh, I have fun times going on. I have finally managed to get a fairly complete copy of this magazine. You'll notice I've had it before. I've got 2 other copies of this magazine, but I finally managed to get a complete copy, which has the Narvik battle pictures in it, the picture series in it. And because it's published in World War II, I can use those pictures. So I've got a colleague called Naval, as you all know. He's a lovely guy. And I will probably be going to him, well, Mr. Naval. Yes. You have a lovely, if I'm not mistaken, docu-scanner. Yes. Here I have a magazine. Please scan the pictures decently so I can use them. Which Bruships is tonight? It's Bruships 117, I think. That's what I've labelled it as. I am not... nicest way, I've already... I'm not saying it's for the contest, but Drac has already put out 6 hours of contest this weekend. Well, I've put out nearly 4 hours on Twitch already, so in the night, so I'm probably doing quite well. It's not a contest, but let's see. There was 2 hours yesterday. There was 4 hours already on Twitch. There'll be this video, this one, which will probably go on for about 4 hours. Yeah. A nicest way, he and I together are planning on taking over your whole weekend, so no one has the time to do anything other than naval history. That's our secret cunning plan. You'll all be just doing naval history. How many corgis do you need to board a French first rate? Again, I would say, in the nicest way, a French first rate would be taken out by about a dozen corgis, because I've seen corgis in action when they think you're between them and food. However, if you want to keep the first rate under your control, then I recommend you hide behind the food store, because once they get to the food store, they'll be far too busy eating that to bother about you. So anyway, would any navy be able to win Jutland without the non-capital ships? No. Ramp Razorback, the answer to your question about Jutland is Royal Navy quality control in their shell design. The difference between World War One and World War Two in terms of Royal Navy shell quality is like night and day. The easy example is we'd been too confident for too long, and no one had done the level of research and investigation he needed to do. Jellicoe had tried as third Sea Lord. So had a couple of others at various points. But no. So quality control on shells. The British produced for basically the number of dud shells the British had that hit the Germans, it's just obscene. So yeah, it's quality control in terms of their detonators. You just if you want to turn Jutland into a massacre, if you really do want to turn Jutland into a massacre for the German Navy, as I've done a video on this channel, you take back Green Boy level technology in terms of shell design. And for those who don't know, Green Boy shells are named for the shells which come into service after Jutland, after the Royal Navy realises what's happened at Jutland, and do a massive amount of research into it, and very quickly fix and produce new shells. The first thing you want to do if you want to turn it into a massacre for the Germans is you go back and you change that shell production, enter it into service in about 1913, and suddenly the Royal Navy's wartime quality shells will go straight up. Next thing you need to do, and this is a big problem with the battle cruisers, and one of the things which is often used to critique them, is it's not actually the design which is the fault, it's the humans. It's the way they are running everything to fire their guns as quickly as possible. It's the BT obsessed with the age of sail sort of mantra of we must fire our guns as quickly as possible because the more shells we put in the air, the more chance we have of hitting the enemy, because we aren't doing training in terms of accuracy and fire control. So we haven't got the space to do that. You fix that, then you actually probably reduce. I would say you drop one of the British losses at least from my reading of events. I'm not going to say which one because that gets very thorny, and there are people who are still survive today who are close enough family of the people who died that, frankly, I don't want to get into that and don't want to cause any upset. And it's a funny thing to say when you're talking about something which was 120 or 107 years ago, but also you think about that was people's grandparents. And there are a fair number of grandparents, etc., and great-grandparents, and the family has carried on. So, yeah. This is not the circumstance to talk about that. But yeah, you change that, you save at least one of the Royal Navy battle cruisers, you have those different detonators, you have those different the better shell quality control, and you change the scenario enough that Germany probably loses about 3 to 4 ships. Again, I've done this. I've done a video on this. And Jutland changes very quickly from being a model, a strategic victory, but a tactical loss. A tactical draw, a strategic victory, and it's a tactical draw because of Jellicoe. BT gets beaten, but Jellicoe doesn't. And this is the point. This is why it's a tactical draw. If you look at the part of the battle which is Jellicoe's running, he tactically wins that twice. He crosses the German T twice. That's a tactical victory. BT's the one who sozzles it up. So that's why it's a tactical draw. But in terms of losses, there's more ships lost by the British. And that's goes down to quality control of their ammunition and quality control in terms of leadership and how you manage your explosives and your magazines and your turrets on your ships. So it's human factors more than the ship design. The ship design, people get obsessed about the armor thickness and all these things, and you sit there and go, yeah, armor's not as thick. But frankly, in the nicest way, battlecruiser doesn't matter which fleet you are, battlecruiser is, the armor doesn't cover the same area as it does on a battleship. You're quoting maximum thicknesses at me and comparing them to maximum thickness of a battleship. That's lovely, but look at how much armor a battleship's armor, how much space on the hull of a battleship's armor covers versus how much space a battlecruiser's armor covers. Battlecruisers are far closer to all or nothing earlier armor schemes than battleships a lot earlier. Battleships really, in that period, I'd like the turtleback. Last week was 118. Yeah, okay, fine. Small issue then. Let me rephrase this on to 119. Okay. There we go. Should have changed to 119 for you. Should have, he says. Okay, if the Iron was so concerned about the appearance of the Mackensons, did anyone think about building more renowned for a short-term solution instead of reworking plans of the Ambrels on ad infinitum? No one was really concerned about the appearance of the Mackensons. That's the thing. If they'd appeared, then the Royal Navy would have started to worry. But even then, there's a level of... They would have pushed... basically, they knew they could fiddle with the Admiral class from their intelligence information about what was happening to Mackensons and even the other vessels that the Germans had. And yeah, they could have probably put through a third renown if they'd really pushed through it, wanted to. They could have probably put a third... That would have... The earlier response would have been the third renown, if the Mackensons were coming. And then later on, it would have been accelerated the Admiral program. But I think to myself that some sources overstate how much the British were worried about the Mackensons. And please note there's a Q&A channel so I don't lose track of your questions, because I found the Q&A will keep the questions, whereas the live chat will lose the questions sometimes. Mole's Revenge. I already can't keep up with just Drax and mind both of you. I'm not even going to dare think about clearing backing order a log of older videos. Mole's Revenge, have you also found Jamie Seedale, our friend who runs the Armoured Carriers YouTube channel? Our Australian pal from Bilge Pumps. You might enjoy it. I haven't read the response to the question about a Cruiser Spectrum video. I have now. Oh boy. Also, I know my responses are long and rambling. There's nothing wrong with having long and rambling responses. I enjoy them. Oh, the t-shirt today. Yeah, okay. So this came from one of my friends, who actually, has got this for me. This was my present for going away to Australia. I swear sometimes she gets her, neither of us have partners. We are, basically, she's one of my friends who I would consider an adopted sister. As I've said before, this is the joy of growing up with so many cousins and being such a female family. I adopt people as extra family members. And, yeah. There is two who are sort of adopted sisters. One is married, and I really enjoyed that wedding because basically I was, as I said before, I got to be man of honor. and help out with all sorts of things. It was fun. But, and that's Sam, who you see doing the filming for me. And then the other one, who I don't think I ever named on the channel. So I have one other friend who doesn't really like naval history, but whenever she sort of, how do I put this, gets the urge to buy people clothing because she feels the need to start dressing people because she used to work in clothing stores and do all those things, enjoy that, but now she works in education. It seems to me I get a t-shirt. So I got this one. What could have been done to make the Type 82 class more economically viable for UK instead of creating Type 42 destroyer? The Type 82 is about as economically viable as it can be with the size it is. Basically, if you'd gone for a slightly easier power plant instead of doing combined gas and steam, if you'd gone for, I don't know, gas and diesel, that would have made things a little bit more future-proof and a little bit easier. But pretty much, you just needed someone to bite the bullet and pay the piper. Answered the corkies to take a French first rate. Dadrim, how many comments can I put on a video totally misunderstanding it without actually watching the video? Asking for a friend with uninformed opinions about Manel cruisers. Don't get started. It's like, if you want a good read sometimes, read some of the Mirza Al-Kabir videos that are out there, the comments in them. And actually watch the video and then read the comments. And you'll look at the comments and you'll go, did you actually watch the same video as me? Radio. Code 85. Just a clarification. What kind of videos do you want for the Christmas reaction videos? Preferably videos which have a sort of theme of naval history. I know people do keep going Master and Commander, but honestly, if I do a reaction video to that, I have to do a reaction video sitting alongside Kate Jameson. In which case, that means we have to find time to sit down and watch a movie next to each other, which is kind of easy because I just have to find out when she's watching Master and Commander again this week, basically. But yeah, there's if I did Master and Commander solo without Kate Jameson, I think I would probably get a shortish but very, very strong and very fast young lady hunting me down to hurt me. Black Master, what is your favourite naming conventions for different class World War II ships in English language? One of the things I find funny is that the Royal Navy keeps hunting, is basically, whenever they turn around and they're building escorts, their basic criteria for escort names when they're naming in World War II is that they will have enough names for them. That sounds really strange, but that's one of the reasons why the Flowers is quite so popular as the War Emergency Escort design, because there are quite so many Flowers with options. Same with Rivers, Bays, Locks. The basic selection isn't, this is a proud and historical name. Their name selection is, this is something we have a lot of. Tashidu Rochelle, what about if the Cordite rotation put in place Ardlos Vanguard having been there prior to Jutland? Do you think new and more stable Cordite would have had an impact? It would have been useful, but it wouldn't have made as much of a difference as basically following through the protocols for how you're supposed to manage the magazines. In the nicest way, leaving doors open and everything else to speed up loading and speed up the movement of ammunition and powder. That's pretty darn stupid, because that means you are literally circumventing the systems put in there to save your lives, or rather save the ship. They won't save your lives if your turret's hit, but they'll save everyone else on the ship. Oh yeah, don't worry. These books are the books we're going to be reviewing today. So these are the 6 books. So you're lucky. Okinawa is on there. Ah. Oh yeah. The amount of times I hear that the reason the Germans, didn't need to, the British developed a 13.5-inch gun is because they couldn't build an equivalent 12-inch gun to the Germans, and you go, no, they can build a gun that long. Actually, they build a gun that long and heavier. It's called the 13.5-inch gun. There are... How do I put this? There are many debates about why the British gun... But the trouble is for the British is the 13.5-inch gun does... the 12-inch... 12-inch... That gun that length doesn't help them with dealing with the other threats around the world. And that's always the thing. Whenever you sort of do that analysis, people are going, oh, well, it's the Anglo-German naval race. And you're going, well, no, there's the Americans, there's the French, there's the Italians, there's the Japanese, there's the Russians. They're all building these ships. Oh, and then there's South America as well, which is Brazil, Chile, and Argentina. Oh, and Australia gets a battlecruiser as well. And that's people go, huh? What? I once had to actually convince someone who was an American, and this really worried me because they were actually a Texan and they didn't apparently know what USS Texas was. They knew she was a battleship, but they just didn't realize that she was a dreadnought battleship because the naval race was between Britain and Germany, and I don't know when she thought that a Texas appeared. And I was sitting there going, you're a military historian, right? You're at a military history conference. Yes. What area of military history do you specialize in? Oh, armies. Okay. Your land warfare. Okay, that explains something. Which period of land warfare? Napoleonic Wars. Oh. She was also a person who at a conference tried to present a paper which basically suggested Napoleon was a military genius. It was it was an interesting paper and it was an interesting argument. The trouble is there were a fair number of people in there who have spent their entire careers shooting down that opinion, and they're professors. For all those who've never been to an academic conference, be prepared to defend your ideas. It makes it might be more polite, but it makes Shark Tank and those similar scenarios look like, I don't know, people handing people candy just with smiles on their faces. Who would have been better to lead the Kaiserlich Marine than Tirpitz? I've done a video about him, actually. Let's see, where show my Chiefs of Staff Axis Navy's videos. And it is Henning von Hosendorf, as would be my preferred one. If you want, there is a video about him, which is part 12 of 14 of the Chief of Staffs of the Axis Navies. That is, I think, is a series, an actual list to go into. But so if you find the Chiefs of Staff of the Axis Navy videos, you will find it. You'll also notice that I have wonderfully bushy hair when I filmed that. And I did that was done in 2021, so that was over 2 years ago. Let's see. Yeah, that was done over 2 years ago. Apparently they're all SD quality rather than HD quality. Rochelle, I was just wondering if a more stable cordite could have allowed more time response, as notably the hits on Queen Mary several seconds before the conflagrations that led to it. Not really. Once you've got the fire and you've got the open doors, there isn't really much time. In fact, whilst you might not see the explosion for a second, it's going to take a while. Paul Essex, sorry if the question's already been asked. When do you expect to see the episode 122 of Beltrams? When we've recorded it. So far, we've had fun. Gonna schedule the recording again for this week and cross fingers, because July has been a nightmare, so we're hoping August is going to be better. Black Mark says, why did the Kaiserlich Marine go from 11 inch to 12 inch? It doesn't seem like a big jump in caliber. Why not 13 inch or 12.5 inch? Because the German Kaiserlich Marine have limited funds to invest in upgrading, and also because the Kaiserlich Marine are running to their own infrastructure problems. You see, the thing I would always point out is people will often point to the Kaiserlich Marine and go, well, they can do this because they're engineering, and yes, they have the engineering, they have the science, they have the capability in their head. They don't have the infrastructure. Because to do that, to build those bigger guns, you need to invest in the infrastructure. And they can't invest in the infrastructure because of the way they're funded. Basically, the Kaiserlich Marine are set up to fail from the moment of the naval laws. And honestly, the way that's all structured and the way it runs, this is one of the reasons why you can make the case that the Germans lost the naval race the moment they began it, because of the way their entire funding and their programs are planned. And this also tends to be why people go, well, you see, this is why, the naval race wasn't a real race, because, the Germans could never match the British, so therefore it's all fake on the British side. No, it's not fake on the British side. It's what the Germans are stating they're going to do. It's kind of like today when we're looking at Russia. If you consider their capabilities, they've been stating they have the X, Y, Z capabilities for so many years. We've built our defences to deal with those capabilities because they were the peer threat, so that's what you're planning on. And then Ukraine has arguably shown that their capabilities are not as effective as their marketing people have claimed. Now, here is the interesting thing. The odds are your capabilities are never as good as your marketing people claim. But that's a problem, because people will build their defences to deal with what your marketing people claim your capabilities are, because that's what they have to benchmark it against. That's not good for you. That's not good. In the case of the Germans, this is not good for them. Calvin also re-Anglo German naval race, also mention of the Austro-Hungarian Russia. Yes, and actually there's a wonderful meeting at what's it discussing? There's one of the books I've reading about the Koenig class, and basically Tirpitz turns down copying the triple gun turrets of the Austrians because it would cost too much money. Even purchasing them off the Austrians was considered at one point. Because the Austrians, the Skoda works did have the capacity, they could have produced more. Sure, the Skoda could have done it. But no. And that would have been really interesting, because if the Germans had introduced, let's say for the Koenig class, because they're good ships. But if the Koenigs, which were laid down in 1911, and entering service in I don't know, was it? Basically 1914, most of them. If they had triple guns, even if they're not all their turrets being triple turrets, if they had just gone with, I don't know, the bottom, the deck level ones, so A, Q, and Y turret being triples, or even if they'd gone for all of them being triples, or they'd gone with 4 triple turrets instead of 5 twin turrets, they'd have had 12 or maybe even 15 guns, and suddenly that would have scared the British in a different way. That would have been a really interesting thing, what that would have caused in terms of reaction for the Royal Navy. I think in terms of what it would have caused for the Royal Navy, though, is not something that the Germans would have liked. Because suddenly it would have meant the Germans were also being a qualitative challenge rather than just a quantitative challenge. And if they're a qualitative challenge, well, then that probably means that the big jump with the Queen Elizabeth class involves not just speed, but also firepower, when they're laid down in 1912. So the odds are they would have been triple gun turret vessels as well, with their 15-inch guns. And the odds are, if you make a Queen Elizabeth class fat enough to maintain the speed, etc., the desired speed of at least 25, aimed for 28 knots was what they were originally aiming for, and you're going to put in triple turrets, then you might as well. Well, let's put it this way: there are all sorts of scenarios about what enters into it, but the beamier you have to make the ship to adopt the triple gun turret, the triple gun and the barbettes, and the length you would have to you would have to add on to have it have the same length to beam ratio. That would make a truly interesting vessel, and would probably provide you even more space for boilers. So even with regular boilers, you could have achieved the 28 knots probably. Jones, did all the ships of Germany actually have flash-proof scuttles for passing charges? I thought the 12-inch and 13-inch... No, they did. They all had protections. There are differing levels of them, but they did all have protections. All the 13.5-inch ships were decommissioned pretty quickly after World War I. Yeah, they weren't needed after World War I. They just weren't. Nicest way, everyone else in the world has got 14-inch, 15-inch, 13.5-inch ships hang around for as long as they're needed to justify, for a treaty vessel, to justify the existence and the creation of Nelson and Rodney, etc. Peterson, are academic conferences held on the Ides of March? No. Not as a rule. Although I presume there have been some. I like the Baker book on battleships. It's very thorough. Shows that... You're talking about the first book of today. Chris Baker's What Happened to the Battleship. It is a good book. Dr. Clarke, military history is replete with individuals who are very knowledgeable about certain things and very not knowledgeable about other things. Oh, yeah. Calm Gozen. Fun fact, whilst the Germans considered the Skoda triples too expensive, Austria-Hungary considered having 1250s too expensive also. Yeah, they preferred to go for 15-inch guns. Our plan is to annihilate your weekend of history. Joke's on you, this is extremely interesting background actually. Keep up the good work. Glad to hear. Queen Elizabeth Maximus ships. Yamato, if you no man has not that pink she scares me. Yeah, basically, it's kind of like someone was asking me the other day, was going, what, Bismarck would beat HMS, would beat the Texas, wouldn't she, every time? And I went, it's USS Texas. Whilst on paper, yes, you have to give it to Bismarck, it's also Texas. I'm not going to bet against her. I'm not going to think she's going to win, but I'm not going to place a bet on it. And it's kind of the same with Warspite. It's sort of, Warspite versus Bismarck, especially the modernised, upgraded Bismarck. But on modernised, upgraded Warspite, Bismarck's got speed, and I would just keep away from her if I was Bismarck. Warspite is, is living plot armour. If you consider the amount of time she's hit by torpedoes in World War II, which do not go off, she has plot armour. There is just nothing else to describe it. Actually, I was going to ask, has any defence project ever been as good as advertised? About the only one I can think of is maybe the Queen Elizabeth and Diana's Fastest Plan Week. True. There have been a couple which were good. Dangerous Dreadnought was pretty cool. The debate about how to sink a warship, torpedoes landing more versus bombs landing in air, is ongoing. Was Minway an anomaly or a product of technology at the time? Half a dozen one, 6 of the other? The technology and the design choices at the time. Coming up, re-Russian capabilities, but did and do Russia use their capabilities in Ukraine to the fullest? Like, they only started to attack energy infrastructure mid-October. Yeah, they are. In the nicest way, they are hampered by their own logistical inability, but that's part of their abilities. You can go, they have these capabilities, but they can't logistically sustain them from their own country to attack their next-door neighbour. That's not really great. I mean, they have literally thrown everything, and there are very few people who are claiming that Russia is trying to fight this war with one arm behind their back, you know, trying to be restrained. They are chucking everything. The only thing they aren't using is nukes, and that's because they've pretty much been told that would be an attack on the big alliance next door, because you can't keep any radiation cloud to Ukraine. It will float into other territories. That will cause a problem for you. So, please don't. That's a please with a please don't, or you'll make us have to do something. And I'd love to see people going, oh, why aren't NATO doing more? Well, because honestly, our own politicians have for years ignored the risk of a peer-on-peer conflict, and are now rapidly scrambling to fix that. But they're rapidly scrambling while also sending all their stocks of weapons to Ukraine to keep the potential peer-on-peer conflict busy. And if anyone really can't see that one as being the obvious scenario, In one of your videos, you talked about in response to 50,000-ton, 18-inch armed World War I battleships, about 20,000-ton, 12-inch cruisers. How long do you think HMAS Australia would be retained post-Washington? If they have that in the world, then Australia just doesn't really count. That's the thing. She's an indefatigable class. If you have 20,000 ton, 12-inch armed cruisers, probably Australia gets replaced by one of those cruisers. And she's kept around till she's replaced by it. If Russia divided in two after the Russian Revolution, the effect would be, oh goodness gracious me, more than likely a successful Japanese invasion of Siberia. Siberia has space and cold, but it doesn't really have a lot in terms of human power and resources to industry. So yeah, that's a problem for them. Jim Petchen, in terms of naval design phases, what other different designs of Renown-class battlecruisers were there, and what were the differences between designs? Not really that many. In fact, it was very quickly worked out what it was going to be. I think they did look at possibly doing one which had 4 twin turrets, but very quickly it was a case of this was to try and get out with as much existing technology as being produced already. So basically they were able to use items which were already under construction or available to build them, and that's what they did. So even a third Renown would probably have been a batch 2 Renown, so it would have been Renown class, but it would have been probably different in some ways. Paul Westwick, if the Royal Navy's armour-piercing shells work correctly, as a result the RN wins a resounding victory, how does it affect the British attitude into interwar naval treaties? The interwar naval treaties probably get very interesting if there's been a resoundingly massive victory for the Royal Navy. Because, again, how long does World War I last if the German High Seas Fleet is decimated at Jutland? This is the thing. If the German High Seas Fleet is decimated at Jutland, what's Britain's next move? To push light forces into the Baltic. More than likely, they push light forces into the Baltic. That suddenly becomes a practical plan when you have that option. In which case, you can start doing a blockade of Germany from the Baltic coast. Not even including the idea of doing amphibious operations with the Russians, but think about it again from the perspective of that. You suddenly perhaps have access to Russia's Baltic ports to supply Russia. Again, this is 1916. The revolution's the communist revolution in Russia is 1917. If you get there in 1916, if you've got a Jutland and you manage to push through and you've got a blockade of Germany's ports and you're getting convoys through to the Baltic ports of Russia, that could change a lot of things. It could very well quickly change the results of World War One. In terms of the time and length it goes on, because if Germany's lost control of its Baltic coast, or as rather is no longer getting any supplies through the Baltic, and is therefore no longer able to get supplies from Sweden, no longer get stuff from Finland, from the Finland sort of area, from Norway, etc., through the Baltic, from Denmark. Their war economy gets very, very rickety very quickly. Because they are sacrificing their own ability to produce. Because again, this is what people have to forget. If you take the people away from the industry, you have your peacetime industrial figures, but the moment you start taking the people out of the industry to put them in the army to go and fight your wars, those capabilities to produce go down. And while some people are kept, the people who usually stay are usually the older workers, or temporary workers, or all sorts of things which are brought in, who are not necessarily as effective as the age group you have taken out. Of people who balance experience with enough young enough age that they could be working at peak. I.e. those workers in their mid-30s, to mid to late 30s, and those are really your key workforce in certain periods, and you lose them. So that's the impact. Dr. Clarke, do you find it humorous, ironic, both sides used British ships firing French missiles with sketchy logistics reaching to a situation because both sides thought the other would do something else? Are you talking about the Falklands War? Because there's a whole funny saga about that. The XZ is a whole saga. I've often heard of a lot of problems with torpedo detonators during World War. How were the various countries' sea mines? Mostly the mines were better than the torpedoes, but that's because the mines were a very, very old style design. You see, with the torpedoes, they'd gone, and most of them had tried to turn to a sort of magnetic influence detonator system. So they would go off when they go underneath a ship and break its keel and sink it. So hopefully make a hole in its bottom, but also break its keel, so the ship would sink or at least be out of action. Whereas mines tended to be either contact or they could be magnetic influence, but then again they don't have to move, so they stabilize. A torpedo is a lot more complicated than a mine, despite the original torpedoes being mines. Or rather, the original things called torpedoes were mines. So a while before you got to the Whitehead torpedo, which is why it's called the Whitehead torpedo, and that's what modern torpedoes are like. With torpedo bombs no longer being a thing, how did modern aircraft carriers sink a ship? The missiles tend to sort of sink it, and it tends to be very precise explosions. So it's either a mission kill weapon system, which is designed to take out your sensors, your command, your sensors, your top of your ship, etc., command structure, engines, or it's going for the hull to try and make as big a hole in the hull as possible. So basically, yeah, it's still trying to let in water. So there's one scenario which is trying for a mission kill to take out your systems. And even the ones which pop up and come from the top, if they dive down deep enough in the hull, of course, and explode up, they can break your back. See, Clarke, question 1. If the Iron Hand reclassified to the first generation battle cruisers heavy armor cruisers, does that type of capability get ignored in the watching infantry? Are they still classified by watching infantry as capital ships? That would depend on how much arguing and political capital the Royal Navy was prepared to put into it. Are prop shafts typically hollow, and if so, why? Wait. Ooh. I have some stats. Now, there is some interesting scenarios. It's to save weight. But that's not usually on. Well, it depends. If it's controlled pitch shaft, it tends to be a controlled pitch screw on the end. Now my screen's all gone around. It tends to be hollow because you need to control it. It's, again, older ones tended to be solid, but even some of the current ones today, they are hollow as well because it does save weight, but also it allows strength in some, makes it stronger in some regards. Basically consider it the same sort of idea as a barrel versus a solid piece of metal. I need to find diagrams to explain this properly. That I'm going to admit, my ability to visually explain it without diagrams is limited, and I don't know where my diagrams are. But I did teach something on this a long time ago, so if I hunt that down and find them, I'll do a short video on it at some point. Warspite is probably one of those ships where she can do 27 knots if needed. A bit like Romney. No one knows how she's going 25.5 knots, but she is. Yeah. Now, actually, I have to say, that was an interesting thing. I had a question earlier. What was it? Where was it on? Oh, yeah. Someone asked me, you know, what would a carrier... I was quite impressed, and I'm going to read this out. I haven't looked this up, but I'd be welcome to be fact-checked if I'm wrong. Because I did put in a comment from memory. So I did on the Royal Navy, some myths of the Royal Navy in World War II and treaty years, and they said, they put a comment of, I would love to see a list of all the aircraft carriers in service of the Royal Navy in 1939. And... so I did from memory. And from memory, in service was Ark Royal, Courageous, Glorious, Furious, Eagle, Hermes, Argus. Argus is a funny one because she's arguably in reserve, but she's also got quite a large number of crew on her and is moving around. So I'm not sure whether we call her reserve, or decommissioned, or just reserve administratively. But she's interesting. Then we have under construction, launched, illustrious, formidable, and victorious. Under construction on slips, indomitable, implacable, and unicorn from memory. And under order, indefatigable. But I could have got implacable and indefatigable the wrong way around. There you go. And the fact that I can do that from memory worries me on so many levels. I also did have someone who goes, there is one of the things I do love about this channel is that sometimes you do get to really write some of the myths and characters that come about. And someone put down a comment of, weren't Satsuma and South Carolina laid down before Dreadnought? And South Carolina was super firing. Well, the historical realities of it is that the South Carolinas were laid down in December 1906, not in so quite a long time after Dreadnoughts, which was October 1905. Satsuma was laid down in May 1905, Aki in March 1906. But the Satsumas, of course, had 4 12-inch guns in 2 twin turrets and 12 10-inch guns in 6 twin turrets. So no uniform main battery. And Dreadnought were usually we date ships on the age that when they're launched, on the date they're launched. So Dreadnoughts launched on the 10th of February 1906. Satsuma's launched on the 15th of November 1906. Aki on the 15th of April 1907. Michigan 26th of May 1908. She beat her sister. South Carolina, who I've called the South Carolinian. South Carolina was on the 11th of July 1908. Hey, caramba. Oh. He's doubling down. Okay. Sorry, I just realised the person who made the comment I was sort of responding to earlier is doubling down on it in the replies with someone, so... Oh, that'll be a fun comment response. I can guarantee that there will be some interesting responses. Ah, well, leave that to one side. It's fun. It's working out... Because honestly, and I know that I probably shouldn't say this too much, it's working out sometimes. Not how I change person X's mind who's making the comment, because honestly, it's rare I can change their mind. I wish I could, but sometimes you can. From the moment you're talking, you are reading their comments, you're going, no matter what I say, I'm never going to change your opinion. But the point is, it's still important to respond and do it in a respectful manner, because it is a sincerely held opinion, you hope, not a trollish opinion, and considering the level of detail they're putting in, sincerely held is my view. But it's for people who don't have that opinion to hear the arguments of both sides, and so they can make up their own minds. Here's what you try. Can actually be an auxiliary aircraft carrier. She's something. No, the massive bombardment of the Western Front. You can do that to an extent. You can bring them in for that, but you would probably do both. In the nicest way, you could do both. If you consider the size of the Grand Fleet and how quickly they refitted them after the Battle of Jutland, you could have had that in, and all the other ships they have coming up. You could very quickly have put a very significant force inside the Baltic and off the coast or northern coast of the Netherlands. Or rather, off the coast of Belgium. Mm-hmm. It's actually a quote from Cromwell to them. I beseech from the bowels of Christ, please consider that you may be wrong. Oh, good lord, no. In nicest way, that's the first scenario I always start from. Am I wrong? And often I will write a paper, I will come to a conclusion, and then I will write out, at least in bullet form, the arguments against my conclusion. And I will try to disprove my own paper and my own... Which is one of the reasons why I tend to be as confident as I am when it comes to my analysis. Because of the way I go about it. But that doesn't mean I'm always going to be right, because sometimes you will know something I don't. I have read a lot of books, but that doesn't mean I've read all the books. I would love to have. I am, as someone's already commented here, a functioning insomniac, so that is how I get all the work done. But that doesn't mean I have read all the books. I try. I am really trying. But doesn't mean I have. And doesn't mean I have all the books still with me, because it was kind of interesting, was when I found on my notes that I'd had the book which was recommended last week, the Battleship book, but I loaned it to a student, and I hadn't managed to get another copy because they'd then gone with it, and they'd gone back to America with it, and I told them to just keep it, and I'd get another one, because it was cheaper than them trying to sort of out send it to me, and it's nice of them to have a bit of a memento of their time at King's. But still, I'd forgotten to get the replacement for it. I'd probably put it in the spend, and then went, hang on, no, I need to spend on this book for this current research, so I'll do that when I'm closer to the next semester, and then it never came up again. And then now I'm looking for it and going, hang on, I thought I had this. No, I don't. Okay, I need to buy one. So, always start from the possibility you might be wrong. Or you are, or even start from the possibility you are wrong. Now let's find out why you're wrong. You know, or if you can't prove yourself wrong, you're right. Or at least you've got a solid enough argument that it's worthwhile making. Thing like question 2. Based on recent question, do we know the true maximum possible speeds of the Royal Navy capital ships and cruisers in World War II? No. Do we know the true ones of the Americans? No. Do we know the true ones of any... Do you know the true maximum speeds of any modern warship? No. Because honestly, there's the speed they are officially able to go. There's the speed they're probably designed to go. And there's the speed they go if the captain is it's a war scenario, and captain tells the chief engineer and the chiefs, the senior NCOs, to open up everything and go full cock. Excuse the French there, you know. But basically, that that's basically you remove all stops and the valves, and you are just opening up everything. Speed they get to, well, in those circumstances, that could be different. Oh, that was the Battleship book we were talking about earlier in the week. I was going to say you don't even need the 30.5-inch defending ships. You just send all the pre-dreads you have defending the channel, and the old Dreadnought and HMS Dreadnought. That is why I'm reluctant to loan books. Blackburn Maximus, what kind of panic do you think Japan during World War I would have if at the same time Doolittle Raid happens the Americans and British launch a joint commando raid on the Japanese mainland via subs? It would be a very big panic, but it would depend on how successful it was. If it was very successful, and blew up important things, that would cause them to probably call off a lot of the operations. You know, you have to remember, some of their strategies towards the end of World War II were based on buying time to get the Manchurian army back from Manchuria and put it in Japan as a reliable, solid army to defend Japan, the home islands, from invasion in order to get a better position in terms of the negotiations. That would have probably started taking place a lot earlier, in which case they might have actually calmed down some of the operations and not done some of the operations against the Chinese. It's an interesting one to think about. It would have had consequences, but those consequences would be quite many and varied. Richard Henderson. Which one of the Henderson family is that? Duke mention, which Henderson do you mean? Do you mean Richard Henderson or do you mean Reginald Henderson? Because which Admiral Henderson do you mean? Basically. There's a lot of them. You have to give me more. If you just go Admiral Henderson, Royal Navy, there are a lot of them. There's most recently been Ian Henderson, who retired as a Rear Admiral. Reginald Henderson was Third Sea Lord. He was the son. He was the nephew of Reginald Friend Hammond Henderson and Admiral Sir William Hammond Henderson. And that's just one branch of the family. There's even more. Reginald, we're not really sure. Dan has a theory, that is Dr. Dan on this channel, Dan Freeman, has a theory about thinking he possibly suffered a stroke. Or something similar, due to the probably due to the pressure and long working period. So yeah, probably that one, but we're not 100% sure. We're really not 100% sure. Did you during Canada trip, did you see the Blue Nose? And if not, would you in future? No, and probably would like to. It sounds cool. It sounds like something interesting. I'm waiting on an interesting book for review. Do you have a good book on a situation where weather was a greater threat than enemy action? That's pretty much any naval operation. In the nicest way, the Arctic convoys, they are massively more a weather threat than anything, and the Falklands War weather is always as much of a threat and does actually, when you look at it, almost more damage than the more damage to the vessels and the wider fleet than the Argentinians. And would you support the Japanese if they wanted to name that honestly not a carrier unicorn? They're going to name it themselves. The names they're going to do are going to be fine for them. If they want to use unicorn, that's fine as well, but I don't think they would. I think they more use something like Divine Mountain or something like that. They have some very pretty names. Got someone else mute? Just me. Okay. Typhoon Cobra. Haley's Cat Typhoon, yeah. Aussie Typhoon. Hi, Dagdom. If you wonder what I'm doing, I've got a ratchet screwdriver in my hand round. So, books. Now, I'm going to start off with one book. And then I'm going to quickly go through the suggestions on the Patreon, because tomorrow I am going to turn the Patreon suggestions into the Patreon vote. So, yeah, if you have suggestions, please go make them. So, this first book. Chris Baker's What Happened to the Battleship, 1945 to Present. It's a very interesting discussion of what battleships were for and what battleships needed to be for. Duke of York was also very quiet following her return to Portland at the end of July 1947. The 6 days, 6th and 15th of October, were, however, noteworthy for undertaking some 14-inch main armament firings in the Portland training area. According to ship's log, all fired from B turret. There were also 5.25-inch firings on the 15th of October. The battleship returned to Portsmouth on the 23rd of October and remained there until the 25th of May 1948. The only events outside normal routine recorded in log being the half-masting of her colours on the 1st 2nd of February to mark the assassination of Mahatma Gandhi. This was the period over the winter of 1947-48 referred to in official papers as the immobilisation of the Home Fleet, when manning difficulties reached such proportions that only a handful of ships based in the UK were fully capable, although those on foreign stations were less affected. On the 1st of March 1948, a report on the state of the Home Fleet to the First Sea Lord referred to Duke of York as immobilised. She needed to have her quadruple pom-pom and single Bofors anti-aircraft armament reinstalled. A and Y 14-inch turrets were reduced to 1 month's notice for maintenance, as was 50% of the 5.25-inch and remaining close-range armament. Her radar equipment was in poor shape due to maintenance constraints, but better times were around the corner. Her refit at Portsmouth between the 13th of April and 24th of August saw 6 Bofors Mark 7 mountings fitted, as well as refuelling at sea equipment. She was briefly at sea in May, June and July 1948 for exercises, including pom-pom firings. Replenishment at sea trials took place on the 14th of August and 12th of September, which we can infer were preparation for acting in this role for her smaller concerts during the forthcoming cruise. On the 16th of August, she began a major ammunitioning at Portsmouth South Railway Jetty that lasted until the 25th of August. The last entry which we have in her log is her sailing to St Ives and conducting Bofors firing on the way. Her logs for September 1948 onwards are not in the National Archives, so regrettably there is no day-by-day record available for the period when she was flagship of the Home Fleet and cruised to the West Indies and South Africa in autumn 1948. It seems that Duke of York joined up with the 3rd Aircraft Carrier Squadron in home waters in September 1948. There is excellent pathway footage of her departure, including the other battleships then at Portland. According to the sparse record in the ship's book, after departing Portland on 23rd of September, the fleet split, with the aircraft carriers cruising to South Africa and the Commander-in-Chief, now Admiral Sir Roderick McGregor, taking the battleship and the 2nd Cruiser Squadron to the West Indies. Barbados was reached on the 9th of October, Tobago on the 18th of October, Antigua on the 1st of November, Jamaica on the 4th of November, Norfolk, Virginia on the 16th of November, and Bermuda on the 25th of November, before the fleet recombined in home waters around the 3rd of December and returned to home ports on the 14th of December. It was the last such visit by a British battleship to the Western Atlantic. Manning the active fleet remained a big challenge. There is a correspondence in the first Sea Laws papers from late October 1948, where the Commander-in-Chief, writing from Antigua, argues vehemently against the plan to keep the carrier Implacable running at the turn of the year by drafting 145 men from the Duke of York straight to Implacable immediately on their return to UK, which would cause those men to have missed their Christmas leave. Despite the lack of a battleship log, we do have some insights into the Duke of York's activities in December 1948 from the Admiralty records of exercise sunrise. These manoeuvres simulated the passage of a convoy and naval escort, the home fleet, from the UK to northern waters, and it being attacked by Russian forces, units based in the UK. Duke of York had recombined with the three aircraft carriers, with 60 aircraft embarked, 66 aircraft embarked, 3 cruisers and 18 destroyers. The Russian forces were assumed to be a weak surface force, but strong in submarines. 18 took part in the exercise, and land-based air cover, over 100 from the Royal Air Force. These latter were allocated 2 atom bombs to use against the home fleet. The home fleet sailed from the Azores on the 7th of December and planned to strike the Russian base at Plymouth with its carriers when around 100 miles to the west. Poor weather meant only the 13 Barracuda aircraft could fly on the all days of the exercise. The Vampires, Sea Furies, and Fireflies could only fly in the afternoon of one day, and the report bemoans the poor performance of the light fleet carriers. These ships were performing a duty for which they would most probably be required in war. The fact that they were unable to operate their aircraft is regrettable. The strike on Plymouth had to be cancelled. Meanwhile, the Russian air forces failed in their initial simulated atom bomb attack, unable to find the home fleet, despite closing it to within 30 miles. A second attack was pressed home, and Coastal Command dropped its atom bomb at 0300 hours on 12th of December. The appropriate disposition of the home fleet to meet atomic attack was given considerable thought, including in consultation with the US Navy Admiral Radford, who was riding Duke of York. In the event, they adopted disposition number 22, with the high-value targets, the battleship and 3 carriers, in a box formation about 10 nautical miles square. This was held to ensure that no more than one ship could be lost or seriously damaged by a single bomb, but still provided a reasonable degree of anti-submarine protection. Retrospectively, the Commander-in-Chief suggested they could be much closer for anti-submarine effectiveness without increasing the atom bomb risk. In this particular instance, the bomb was dropped 4,500 yards from the cruiser Dido and 6,700 yards from the nearest high-value target, Vengeance. Based on the analysis of the Bikini tests, that particular attack would have been ineffective. Back in the training squadron, 5th of May 1948 saw the beginning of an extended cruise, where Anson and Howe travelled first to Scapa Flow and then Rosyth. Howe was loaned 101 ratings from other ships to bring her complement up to a level where she could operate as a fleet unit. The ships conducted air plotting exercises on their way up the Irish Sea. Then on 12th and 13th of May they took part in extensive exercises with the home fleet, carrier Implacable and the cruiser Superb, plus escorts in the northern North Sea, codenamed Dawn. There were dummy torpedo attacks on the big ships, and then practicing defence against high-level bombing attack. Next day, it was an anti-submarine warfare exercise, with much zigzagging of the fleet formation. However, for all this, the big guns remained silent. Indeed, no ammunition for them was being carried, despite the excitement in how the log records that men under training went to their class as usual, reflecting the degree of austerity imposing on managing the Navy. Her log also records the specific permissions from the Admiralty to burn fuel at greater than economical speeds during this exercise, although she does not seem to have exceeded 18 knots. The return trip took in refuelling at sea of the destroyers Dunkirk, Agincourt and Corona by Howe on the 15th of May. That's 3 battle class. This evolution was a very common practice in the British Pacific Fleet in 1944-45, and vital to keeping task forces at sea for longer periods, as the destroyers lacked the fuel endurance to operate for long without topping up. Anson went to Portree in Skye, Bangor, Northern Ireland, and Falmouth before Portland was reached on 28th of May. She went to sea again on 7th of July, and then spent a couple of weeks at Tor Bay in the first half of August. Howe ended the exercise Dawn at Plymouth on 18th of May, where she handed back the temporary additions to her crew and began a refit that was ongoing in number 10 dock on 31st August 1948. According to ship's book, this lasted until 20th of June 1949. Anson and Howe's logs also seem to be lost for the period from September 1948 onwards. We know from the ship's book that Anson was docked in number 10 dock, Devonport, from 18th February to the 24th March 1949. Then she went to Portland and was flying the flag of Rear Admiral Anstis, commanding the training squadron by June 1949. when she took part in Exercise Verity, the first joint naval exercise undertaken by the new Western Union powers. The Western Union emerged from the Anglo-French Treaty of Dunkirk in 1947 and provided for mutual defence assistance in the event of an attack, and encompassed the three Benelux countries, as well as after the Treaty of Brussels in March 1948. Its defence organisation dated from 20th September 1948, Verity is little known today, but was significant as the first multinational defence exercise of the Cold War. 60 vessels from 4 nations took part, with the Dutch providing a cruiser, France the carrier Armanches, and cruiser Montcalm. Commander-in-Chief Home Fleet, still Admiral McGregor, commanded the exercise. The UK contingent, besides Anson, also included the carriers Implacable, Victorious, and Theseus. 50 of the ships had assembled for the exercise in Mounts Bay, Cornwall, on the 30th of June. The borough of Penzance printed a souvenir programme price 6p. It said to the men of the British, French, Netherlands navies, the peoples of Penzance extend a most hearty welcome and express the hope that they will carry away with them very happy memories. Events organised for this visit included tea dances at the Winter Gardens, open-air dancing on Promenade, and a dance at Newland Fish Market. The combined bands of Anson and Theseus played at Morave Gardens. In other words, post-World War II, battleships were still useful and were being used. They were carrying on. It was much normal peacetime duties. But it's an interesting book. Continue. Stop trying out. Continue. Oh, I probably need to download those to that as well. Ay, caramba. I have got about 30 emails I need to respond to. Please note, if you have sent me an email and I haven't yet got back to you, I am going to apologise. I will get back to you at some point, but I literally came back from Australia to an inbox which had over 2,000 emails in it. Even after I fished out, I decided all the ones which were spam. Because apparently, I turned into everyone's favourite human being while away in Australia, and they wanted to contact me. And according to several emails, I was being most rude because I wasn't checking and responding to my emails, including all my work emails, when I wasn't being paid and I was in another country. And a very different time zone. But, yeah, I basically gone back and gone, yeah, sorry, but had technical difficulties. Not going to do it. Absolute technical difficulties. That's honestly what I was having. Right then, so let's and desktop capture. August 23 patron. Hello. Yeah. Oof. Hello. Wow, this is fun. I've got 2 things on either side. I've got the patron there and the chat, the questions there. Actually, I haven't asked people, what do you think about having the questions up on the screen? Has it been helpful having questions saved as part of the sort of the videos? So what have we got? Hello, right. So let's see. We have got from Carl McGasberg, we've got Zumwalt Flight 2 in 2025. How it looked like. Very interesting. We have flotillas on the Danube from Roman Viking times. Different options from Carl McGasberg. I do tend to just randomly pick one of them, because they're always lovely. Michael 66, 50 gun ship of the line. Michael, you will get that through someday, I know. You're going to keep suggesting until you do. Imperial Russian Navy, 1815 to 1904. Cool. I think I've done something on the Imperial Russian Navy. I seem to remember doing something about them. Might have been. I think it was on the nicest way. It was on the pre-Soviet Navy. When I was doing the Soviet Navy series, that's when I did. Mike 66, Crocs at War. In World War I, all navies dug out the old, obsolescent, sometimes even obsolete ships in reserve and put them in use. Discuss what ships the various powers used, how they used them, and the benefits that accrued. That could be fun. A lot of talking about town class in that one. There's going to be so many different town class vessels involved. And V's and W's. The Italians commissioned Knight Calhanshaw. The Italians commissioned a carrier in 1941. How does that change the war in the Mediterranean? Probably as a big carrier battle. But nicest way, where are they commissioning it? And the Royal Navy aren't sinking it before it gets to sea. That would have been target numero uno for the Royal Navy. Honestly, to try and get it out to sea, it would have to be coming from the Adriatic. That's the only space where they would have it protected enough. It would have to be one of the Adriatic yards for them to get a carrier out. So, it would have to be that side is the only side that could possibly have been safe enough for them to actually get one completed. Black Maximus, okay. Commonwealth VTOL, Canada, Australia, joint development of the P154 supercarrier. Joint development CL-84 Dynavert, with both product reduced and operating for respective parties. Implications of this are the Falklands War and around the world. That could be fun. Question 2, Clarke Stream. You have control of the Royal Navy infrastructure with reasonable expenditure allowed. What would be done during the interwar years to give the British Empire the best chance in World War II? Oh, I could have fun with that. Oh. Okay. Well, question 3. Without a worldwide nuclear bomb zone, what impact would this have on the evolution and acquisition of military arms, naval arms, and doctrine? That's going to have an impact on Cold War and on World War on Japan. So yeah, you're going to have to first look at what impact it's going to have on Japan, then what impact that's going to have on the Cold War, because you now don't have the Allies having a weapon which guarantees their ability to stop the Russians continuing rolling. Despite the fact that Russian logistics will collapse, so they can't continue rolling. Basically, the reason the Russians stop where they do in Germany is because that's where their logistics runs out. When we talk about East-West Germany being divided, honestly, it's where the Russian logistics run out. Rather, the Soviet logistics run out. Question 4. Wooden Walls of Sea. The process of how wooden ships between 1700 to 1860 are built, including ships from first rates to frigates to clippers. Steve Clarke. For each of the signatories of the Washington Naval Treaty during the interwar years, what was their biggest mistake and what were the biggest missed opportunities? Ooh. You see, that's an interesting one, because a missed opportunity versus a mistake is a different thing. I would say going for the better 15-inch gunned the F3 with the 15-inch gun design for Nelson Rodney is a missed opportunity, because A, you could have upgraded the other 15-inch guns on the other capital ships, and you'd have a reason to. And which would have given you even better than the 15-inch 42 in performance in World War II, because you'd have had a 15-inch 50, so what they're looking at that point. 15-inch 48's probably what it would turn out, but they were talking about 15-inch 50. And later on, it's a 15-inch 45 they're looking at, but it could have been a really cool gun, and that would have been interesting. That's a missed opportunity. I would say for the US... Oh, I know those 16-inch battleships they have are important to them, and I know that, but I would say actually completing a pair of the Lexingtons. See, people don't. People always are going at the Lexingtons, and I look at it from the idea of what would have happened in World War II, and you've got those Lexington carrier capital ship hybrid task forces, and I just think they would have absolutely dominated a huge chunk of the Pacific. I really would have, because think about it. You no longer at that point worry about cruisers ambushing your carrier because they've got a Lexington with them, and Lexington is designed to kill cruisers. That's what a battle cruiser is designed to do: kill cruisers. A battle cruiser, 2 words. Battle cruiser, 1 word, that's designed to kill other battle cruisers and fight battles with ships which can actually be a peer. And then fast battleships are designed to fight battleships that also have the speed that battle cruisers can't run away from them. And really it's a tech point, because once you reach a certain position where you've got the sufficient power coming from sufficient weight of engines, that's when you can start building a fast battleship versus a battle cruiser. Because you can use the weights that you would have needed for power plant, for armour, and for subdivision. It's an interesting one. Speak about Britain, with the support of Japan, succeeds in controlling in terms of Washington Navy and subsequent treaties, and makes the battle cruiser a separate category of the battleship, based on its role as a cruiser hunter. What is the estimated tonnage allowance, and how does it change in the warship construction? And that's when I suppose HMS Hood becomes a role model. Or do you base it on the renowns? Do you treat Hood as an outlier and base it on the renowns? Possibly. Possibly that would allow the Americans to get it through. But then the Americans get Lexingtons, which is not too bad for them. Steve Clarke. Germany concentrates all large ship construction on the Scharnhorst hull from 1936, including carriers, which they use the IJN as a template for. How does it change the British, Russian, French response? Ooh, that'll be interesting, because that's going to accelerate the British response in the nicest way. If the Germans are building aircraft carriers and capital ships and churning them out at the rate they can do with those vessels, so they have Scharnhorst and Gneisenau by 1939, they could probably have had the next batch, especially if they'd gone 1 capital ship, 1 carrier. They could probably have the next batch coming into service in 1940. That's going to accelerate the British construction of carriers and the British construction of capital ships to respond. It depends, of course, again, whether they probably carry on with the 11-inch gun until the 15-inch gun's ready. So they're going to be 11-inch gun ships. So again, it's not going to change the British 14-inch gun preponderance of the King George V's, but it could be interesting factors. Angelo, theoretical US battlecruiser development, and if the US decided to build them in the 1930s. Ooh, I'd go for a battlecruiser in the 1930s. That'd be a 36 knot ship. That would be something to operate with their carriers. Because the Americans were running the same exercise as the British and knew that they needed faster ships to operate with their carriers for fast groups. Matthew Holland. Admiral Byng has a right to feel aggrieved following Admiral Crutchley's treatment after the Battle of Savo Island. Yes and no. Different wars, different times, different people. But it's interesting, and we can talk about it. Jack Ray. History of Stanflex and why the USS doesn't use it. Jack, you're always trying. Someday I'll get it through. Nick G. Hello. I'm not sure if this is the first question I've seen from you, but it looks cool. Evolution of modern small combatants and future direction of OPVs, FACs, and corvettes. Oh, cool. Daniel, assuming no outside help, what would an early 1940s, say August 94 Franco-Italian Navy conflict look like? Oh, that could be a cool one. Oh. You know what? I think the Italians might win that one. depends when it happens in the early 1940s. If it's before or after the Joffre's into service. Because the Joffre's in service, they are... Oh, they're improved burns. But they're better than... They are better than burn by a long way. Okay, David Forthwaite. Dr. Clarke has mentioned a number of times that decisions made in World War II that are based on World War experience were mistakes, e.g. Churchill pausing capital ship and aircraft carrier production as soon as he becomes First Lord to concentrate on escorts. One of the most serious mistakes made in World War II based on World War I experience. I'd say it's... Ooh, that's going into land war stuff as well. Because there's the decision to dig in for the expeditionary force, etc. And I think that was you basically want to launch an attack instead of wait for the Germans to come to you. They're planning almost on a counter attack, and it's not necessarily a sensible idea. Cody, what would a commerce war look like between peer opponents? Depend when it was. But there's some interesting stuff with the Anglo-Dutch wars forward. Ranks in order of preference. Plotted history of the British Commonwealth's greatest weapon, the back garden shed. That would be a massive, massive video. Or a series. The RN develops gas turbines of ships but not aircraft in the early to mid-20s. How does this impact construction designs? Considering the power-to-weight ratio of a gas turbine and the speed you could therefore get up to, that would be interesting. That would affect probably destroyers first, battleships as well though, because imagine if you're retrofitting HMS Warspite, renowned with gas turbines. Imagine the power-to-weight ratio they're getting, and the amount of weight and space those turbines take up compared to their current plant. Let's see, how are auto-loaded turrets prototyped or development history thereof? That's mainly going to... Well, that means I'm going to have to talk about a lot of 1950s stuff, because honestly, the stuff all magically appears after World War II. No one was working on autoloaders for heavy guns prior to World War II. That is what we all know. Just magically, all the information they're using appears. Jacob, I've answered the Jacob. Oh, a great beard comes great responsibility. Thank you, Renan, for responding to that one for me. Let me just check if any questions have been added while I've been talking to you. No, that was all the questions. So, remove, and that goes. Right. Would it be possible to make a twin-engine F-35 variant that's still Vidhog cable? Doing mental maths at this point. So if I'm pulling funny faces because I'm doing maths in my head, and I'm a historian, so doing maths in my head is not exactly my favourite occupation. Probably. That's the firmest answer you'll get from me. Probably. You could do it, but it would be complicated. Very complicated. You have to balance the engines. And that's always difficult. Backbone Maximus, how many more I-beams do you think Drac will have to add to reinforce the library floor? There is a reason mine is built on a concrete base as thick as he and I have made it now. And there is a reason when I'm looking at potential properties for me and my family to move to, because as I said before, I have this idea that the best solution, rather than me move out completely on my own, because of my mum's, in the nicest way, my mum's not getting any younger. I love her dearly. She's as active as anything, but she's not getting any younger. And when she does, as you all have had in the past and known, when she has had problems, i.e. she has fallen over, etc., it's very difficult for her to get up. And my sister isn't as strong as me. But those are very rare, but it's still better if I'm nearby. So my idea is to buy a place with is for us to get basically a house which has an annex. A granny flat or sort of an annex, preferably a converted garage or something similar to that. Something which is a separate building, but is close enough I'm within quick running range. And yeah, the criteria I've been looking at for all of them is that has to be a ground floor facility for me to put my books in. I have to have ground floor rooms that I can put my books in. I found a very nice one, which actually has a basement, a massive basement area, and a second bed, it has a sort of basement lounge and kitchen area, and it has 2 bedrooms technically upstairs, which also have the entrance, because it's sort of in the basement, and that's 2 bedrooms to the side, and they've dug down to give you more space underneath, and yeah, my plan would be to convert one of the bedrooms into an office. One of the bedrooms would be, of course, be a bedroom, and the basement would be, I would have my books stored in the office and a library down in the lounge downstairs. Because I don't watch the TV that much. Honestly, and most of the stuff, it's going to sound strange. I admit I'm a workaholic and a functioning insomniac. So, in the nicest way, my dream would be to have probably 2 more computer screens. A computer which could handle 4 computer screens happily. And if I was going to watch TV or Netflix or anything, it would be playing on one of the screens up there while I was working quite happily. And I would probably then never move. I would need to have a gym in the home. Or I would need to have a walking desk, because otherwise I would just not get it away from work. But, you know, the thing is, that's a dream at the moment. It's convincing the family that it's the viable idea for us to do, and it's working out the logistics of doing it. It's the sensible solution. I think my sister's pretty much on side. It's my mum who's going... She's not sure. Because it's either we have to spend a lot of money and actually have to think about things like... Because we have a lot of stairs in this house. And she's now finding getting up and down them difficult. And it's a case of we either have to put in a stair lift, which will require quite a lot of work in our house because of the stairs comes down straight next to doors. So it comes down to it. It's got a garage door one side and it's got a lounge door the other side. So you either have to take off the lounge door bit and all the stuff which is there to get and then it still doesn't have any wall space or anything for it to go round on really. Or you have to rearrange the access to the garage in the house, and it's just a nightmare in terms of expense. So it'd be more sensible to get to a bungalow and annex. But yeah, it's basically he and I have similar criteria and similar reasonings, and his current one is he's probably going to need to reinforce his house because moving it is going to be very, very difficult. Right. Which question was up to? I was up to the library one. That's the last one. Under Pressure by Richard Humphreys. This is tonight's second book. That's a cool one. The final stage of submarine training ended with 4 pressurized ascents of the 100-foot submarine escape training tank set. The enormous concrete tower that dominates the skyline on Gosport side of the Solent as you leave Portsmouth Harbour. All the training had been leading to this point, for this was the test, the ultimate trial of nerve. The section of the submarine training in the tank had seen a few deaths over the years and put the fear of God into every young submariner courageous or stupid enough to attempt it. But before I started, I had to sit in a decompression chamber that sits near to the tank itself to make sure my ears could endure the pressure. I'd shortly experienced in 100 feet of water. Then I was bundled into the chamber with around half a dozen other terrified souls, and we waited for pressurization to commence. No one had told me about those hissing sounds as the air rushed in. I sat there, holding my nose, clearing my ears, and looking like a startled child, praying that we get to the prescribed depth pronto. The air temperature increased, and I started feeling extremely wary of where this was going. Soon enough, we reached the required depth of 100 feet, and the air temperature equalized. The instructor announced, after what seemed an eternity of 5 minutes, that he would slowly release the pressure and that the temperature might drop. We finally returned to normal pressure at sea level, and I clambered out, disorientated, nauseated, and nervous. Shitting honkers, excuse the French, but it's in the book, is the expression that comes to mind. Never stopped the tank. I had to make 2 free ascents from 30 feet below, one from 60 feet, and then to my horror, an ascent from 100 feet, in a fully pressurized suit out of a cramped, claustrophobic escape hatch, based on type you'd find aboard a real submarine. My nerves were shot to pieces as I clambered into the first side of the chamber, contemplating my first free ascent from 30 feet. There were around 20 of us sitting in the work chamber, which was about to simulate a rushed escape from a stricken submarine. Trying to listen to the final instructions from members of the teaching staff, my mind wandered back to my childhood, in the old Victorian central swimming baths in Wolverhampton. I'd been wearing armbands and a rubber ring, being pulled along on a rope by an unimpressed swimming teacher, with my father looking on in hideous embarrassment until he'd up and leave to wait in the car, unable to stand the sight of his limp-bodied son. I can't say I'd blamed him. Back then, I was scared to death of the water, and if someone had told me I would be free ascending from murky depths a decade later, my 7-year-old self would have been cried uncontrollably and probably pissed himself. I'd also had probably from having been an uncle, or rather an uncle is what we call it. We call ourselves in our family, but it's basically a cousin, elder cousin, watching and helping younger cousins with fear of water. If you're just watching from the side, there is nothing more painful to watch in terms of your family member is obviously upset, distressed, they want to overcome it, and you have to be strong for them, but every instinct in you is screaming out to stop this because they are not enjoying it and they're obviously distressed. It was actually, I have to say, at every time since then, I've always preferred to be in the water with them, helping them, because then I'm doing something. I have also preferred to do it than that instructor, because I didn't think particularly that instructor did a particularly good job. Basically, the cousin was absolutely scared itlets the whole time of it, and well, I took them back about a month later to a different pool, and basically said, "Come on, let's go have a let's give this a go," and stuck them on my back and swam a few lengths with them on my back. It worked. But no, it's a good book. It's a really good book. Right then, so like my father said, that tank was the biggest challenge training in World War II, but never explained why. The air pressure is disorientating enough. The actual going through the thing, it's as psychologically close, and they're making sure to make it psychologically close to this scenario as possible to try and train you as properly as they can for it. Dr. Clarke, Warspite does not need more speed. I know it's a great image, but she would just be zooming around trying to say, look, Victoria Veneno and battles like Matapan. Yeah. But I don't know. How would the US react if the Japanese had sent the relief fleet to Attu and sank the US invasion fleet in 1943? If they'd managed to do it, it would have been
it would have caused the Americans to have to rebuild everything. They would have reacted by rebuilding everything in double, triplicate probably. There's a bungalow. Yeah. Drew mentioned the NVIDIA 3060 graphics cards can't handle full monitors, so 2 of them need new cables. I can't remember what type it's called. Oh, my graphics card, I'm fairly sure can do the job. I should remember this off the top of my head, but I've got a fairly decent one in there. But it's a case of it's also having the cabling and everything else for it. If I go to the stats, what do I have? No, I don't want to reset the system. I want components. Yeah, device manager. Thank you. And graphics card. Sometimes you have to really remember these things. You really have to remember these things. Yeah, it is a 3060. You remembered better than me. I did. True actions. You did. Mine is a 3060. Ren. I was asking, wouldn't a larger flight Alaska produced a bit later be better than 2 Lexingtons completed battlecruiser? Also, how would battles of Guadalcanal look if Alaskas were there? Produced earlier, of course. The thing is, yes and no. The Alaskas are better, but the thing is, when are you going to produce them? And how long are you going to get to practice and drill them? Plus, the advantage of the Lexingtons is that they would be mirrors of the carriers, because you convert a build, let's say 2, and convert 2 into carriers. So you'd have 4 ships which have pretty much the same engines, the same facilities inside them. In which case, that gives you a humongous advantage in terms of operating capacities and what they could do. And then you probably generate successors to them, and the successors to them probably would be something like the Alaskas, or it might be the Iowas, might well be slightly faster. There's options. How would the battles of Guadalcanal look if Alaskas were there? It depends on if they're Alaskas produced as they were when they came into service, or if they're Alaskas produced earlier, and it depends what tech's fitted into them versus what tech could be fitted into them. Because if they've got the radars and they've got all the systems that they could have, even in that period for the Battle of Guadalcanal, they're going to be lethal. But the thing is, if they've got the tech they get in 1944, 1945, then they're going to be devastating. I work with a lot of maps of work. You can get Supermarine models that can act like normal models. That's something for me to consider in the future, especially when I'm beyond the current period of very big bills coming in and pay being weird. I'm hoping to I'm transitioning, and I have been transitioning for the last year. And I'm hoping to finish the transition by somewhere next year, to a point at which I don't have the unreliable income streams anymore being a major part of my income. Oh, good lord, I thought they'd have forgotten to do this. Oh. Back in a second. Put the bench down. Put it down. I swear you do this just to wind me up. Becoming a bit of a running joke. Be a meeting next. Down. Down bench. New house, concrete in benches. Concrete the benches in. Tie them to the soil. Don't care how much it costs, they will be concreted to the point at which they'll never move. No matter what winds or people heave on them, they will never move. Right. Oh. She's doing the bench circular. No, it's concrete. If we when we move, the benches will be concreted in. They will never move ever again. She's trying to be helpful, winding up as a bonus. Let's put it this way. So today, I have a theory about why my sister is occasionally has problems cooking. Because today, lunch got burnt. And my theory basically is, which is why I am eating peanut butter and had a very, very, well, what I could grab quickly from the McDonald's I ordered to cover to fill the gap for everyone. She gets distracted because I walked into the kitchen and smelled the food burning. And went, lunch is burning, and she went, is it? I've been sitting here watching. I went, no, you haven't. You've been working. Well, I had this idea. I love you dearly, but if you want to do the cooking and you insist we're not in there watching you because you think it makes us feel, you actually have to watch the cooking. Not have an idea about engineering. That's wonderful. It's just I love you dearly, but no. Oh, caramba. Right. I turn. How much difference does the Royal Navy having Douglas SBD Dauntless in the early years of the war make? And why did the Americans not offer Dauntless to British until 1944? Not really a lot of difference, because the Douglas doesn't really do what the British want it to do. Think about Taranto, and think about doing that with a Douglas versus a Swordfish. For starters, you'd have to redesign the airframe to fit in the British wire system. So, because it needs to be attached to a hard point, which is a special hard point for the wire. And I don't know if in relation to where you stick the torpedo on a Douglas from memory, Douglas SPD, if you have the required spot. So there are all sorts of things which it's good enough. It is. I'm not saying it's a bad aircraft. I'm saying that necessarily for what the British want it for, it's not necessarily what they need. And also, then you think about it, is how many torpedo attacks do the British actually do in World War II? They do a few, but do they have enough that they need to take SBDs? Not really. Even the Albacores are fine for the night attacks. Again, the British do night attacks a lot, and there are all sorts of... Again, as I always say, yes, something can be a better aircraft on paper. What doesn't matter is the stats. What matters is how those stats fit with what you need an aircraft to do. If the aircraft, what you need is the best aircraft for what you want it to do. Not necessarily the best torpedo bomber, but the aircraft which has... Because all these aircraft, they're going to have something they might be very good at and orientated around in terms of their design. And often their orientation tells you what that Navy wants them to do. Okay? So, with torpedo bombers, that's a classic example. Oh. Mm. Do you imagine? How much do you bench, Dr. Clarke? I haven't done it in a while. I haven't done it in a while. I haven't gone to the gym and done proper gym workout in a while. So I used to be able to do my weight plus 50%, which was about... So that one, I do that 150. I do that. What was it? Well, that wasn't 50%. That was about 30. That was about 33%, but it was 120. Yeah, but that was a long, long time ago, so I haven't done that. Let's put it this way. In terms of practice, what I have done regularly most recently was my own weight, which was roughly, was about 90 kilos. But I used to do more, and I want to build up to more. But it's one of those things of, got car, got life sort of back to a normal organisation, hoping to get back to the gym on a regular basis. That's right. How probable is it that the long-term RM plan, the 8 Century class, will replace the 10 Colossus class and 6 Majestic class? It's potential, because the Centaurs are better than the Colossus and the Majestics, but it's the long-term plan for the RN was the fleet carriers, not the light fleet carriers. The light fleet carriers became the long-term plan for the Royal Navy because of the end of World War II and what happened, but the long-term plan for the Royal Navy was the fleet carriers. The Audacious and the Maltas. Actually, why have small ships in a larger game? In UAD, the first thing I do is send off my destroyers and sometimes light cruisers, as they are way too fragile. I don't need them to counter other small ships. 12-inch hits hard. Because they actually do factor in. It's the nicest way if you have decent torpedoes and decent destroyers. In the video today, the Twitch stream today, my destroyers got up to a lot of interesting stuff. If the RN gets gas turbines in 20s, how long before you see Hood with gas turbine engine conversion? Well, she probably get if they get them in the 20s, then the first thing that's going to do is Nelson Rodney will be built with gas turbines. In which case, they might well get the third shaft, because let's be honest, the amount of weight you'd save is going to be massive. But also, they could end up being with 3 shafts and gas turbines. They could end up being 28-knot ships. Which would be fun things, because if they're 28-knot ships as they're planned to be, then goodness knows what they would actually be when they're in reality. But the other ships would have been upgraded in the 1930s. That would have been a major part of the upgrade process. So, yeah, at some point in the 1930s, Hood will probably get rid of it. They might even accelerate the upgrade program with gas turbines, because the weight savings would really would equal into a massive qualitative improvement in the ships. So it'd be far. It's going to sound strange, but it would be worthwhile doing it at a quicker rate.
We have about 4 garden benches in the garden. So what happens is my mum and sister have this idea that if you rotate them around the garden, they are less likely to damage the ground. And I try and persuade them it only needs to be done once a month because I don't think it actually has any bearing. But they think it needs to be done almost on a weekly basis. And sometimes I win the argument in a week, sometimes I don't. I love them dearly though. Would you consider a nice house on the sea front in Sheerness? Bungalow. As long as it's a bungalow, we're probably sort of there, considering it. But at the moment, we're looking Dorset, Devon sort of area mainly. Mostly because, again, I might get work in that area. I'm the one who actually my sister now does all her lecturing online because she's moved to a university which is entirely an online university, and for her teaching. So I would probably be the one who's most affected by moving. During the Battle of Midway, could the Japanese surface fleet have been able to get within naval gun range of the Americans before the end of battle, once they got reports of the location? Probably not, considering where they are. But it depends. It depends when they get the reports through, and how quickly they act on it. If they get the reports in when they did, and they immediately make the churn, so it's an immediate decision to charge, then they could possibly get within it. If the British introduced a Douglas type DBD-1 Devastator equal aircraft in 1958, does it make sense that by 1942 it's been replaced? Yes. Look at how quickly the generations go before World War II. Most aircraft are in service 3 to 4 years before they're replaced. That's why there's so many generations of torpedo bombers in the 1920s and 30s. That's why there are so many different types. It's usually, because of the pace of technology, you're talking 3 to 4 years. Did fleet destroyers have high-low turbines set up have the high-low turbines set up the capital ships did? Most did. My sister's a civil engineer. She'd tell you how to build the shore defences. She doesn't really bother about their role. That's something she leaves up to me. Hello, Jordan. Hello, Crochet. Hello, Seaman Govert. And Captain Darrell Hampton, plus gas turbine Nelrod. I don't care about a compressor stall, I want 32 knots. Chief Engineer, desperately trying to stop the machinery from tearing itself. Yes, Capitan. What is the tallest battleship ever? Ooh, good lord, that's an interesting question. Tallest battleship ever? I think it might be Yamato and Musashi. I'm going from mental. It depends how you calculate the heights of the things. I'd say it's Yamato and Musashi. I think so. That's an interesting question. Let me try. Because, let's think about this. Yeah, I'd say they're probably the highest. And I know that's a very basic answer, but I'm just mentally calculating flaws. And I'm presuming the Japanese didn't decide that their flaws, their decks were much closer together. Because they weren't. They didn't. So yeah. Is there a good book on how the Fleet Air Evolve worked out how to get the Corsair to work on carriers? Also, if World War II holds off, do jets come later? Yeah, basically you want to get... Eric Winkle Brown's Fleet Air Arm book. His aircraft of the Fleet Air Arm. Let me just look it up. Because he actually did the work. Books. There's Wings on His Sleeve, which is his own book, but there's also yeah. No, not that one. Jewels in the Sky, World War II Naval Aircraft in Combat was one of them. That doesn't include a section on combat. But Wings of the Navy, yes. Wings of the Navy. That's the one I was talking about. According to Hearts of Iron, I'm presuming. The Gloucester Goshawk is the British equal to the Wildcat and Zero, and the BP. The BP Sea Lance is the equivalent to the Torpedo Jefferson. Cute. I'm really not. That's going to sound strange. My Hearts of Iron knowledge is not that massive. I do go and read up on it now far more often than I used to, because I know you like to ask me questions about it, and so I try and keep up with it, but I haven't actually played the game in a long time. Hey, that just popped up. My memories from Hyder last year just popped up. That was fun. Right. When Task Force 57 sailed from Leyte on the 0630 on the 1st of May, there are a few changes in the organisation. The Formidable had replaced the Illustrious, the Argonaut had left the 4th Cruiser Squadron to refit, but the Euryalus, which had carried the flag of Rear Admiral J.H. Henderson, Rear Admiral Destroyers, temporarily had joined the cruisers, which had been reinforced by HMCS Uganda. The composition of the 25th, 4th and 27th Destroyer Flotillas had changed. The Ursa and Urchin were now with the 25th Destroyer Flotilla, while the Ulster remained in Leyte for temporary bomb repairs, to fit her to proceed to another port for major repairs. The Quillen had taken over the 4th Destroyer Flotilla, and the Kempfenfelt, Whirlwind of Wessex, had returned from Task Force 112 to replace the Wager and Whelp, which were to refit at Sydney. On the 3rd of May, the cruiser and destroyers refueled from the Logistics Support Group. In position, Mosquito 1, that's 19 degrees 37 north to 124 degrees 42 east, and at 15:30 hours the fleet left for the operating area. The plan for the opening of the operations was as follows: to render airfields on the Sakishima Gunto unserviceable by bombing runways and air installations, to conduct an offensive against flag positions and to assist in cratering runways by ship bombardment, to maintain an offensive combat air patrol over the islands. A particular plan for the first day was for the bombardment of the Miyakano airfields and flag positions at about noon from medium range. The carrier force would remain some 30 miles to the southward, so that their radar would not be fouled by the land. A combat air patrol was flown off at 0540 hours on the 4th of May in position 23 degrees 44 north and 125 degrees 11 east. 10 minutes later, enemy air activity was detected near Sakishima. The general trend of traffic being easterly. One small group approached the fleet, but only one Zeke was shot down. Another enemy aircraft approached at 0827, but was never detected visually. Bomber strikes were flown off at 0605 for Miyako and 0815 for Ishikagi. At the former, the repair work on the airfields had apparently been proceeding by night, whilst Task Force 52 had been carrying out day strikes in the absence of British carriers. All AA batteries, opening fire on our aircraft, runways at Hirara were well bombed, and a direct hit was seen on AA position. On Ishigaki, one runway of Mira airfield, found serviceable, was left well cratered. Life-saving aircraft were provided by CTF-51, a joint expeditionary force from 0800 to 1700, were stationed between the target and the carrier force. Bombardment of Miyako on 4th of May. Vice Admiral Rawlings decided to carry out the bombardment, although the fleet had been sighted, for this had happened several times before without being followed by an attack on the ships. Bombardment was considered necessary to reduce AA fire ashore, although it was not easy for the ships to knock out enemy flak positions, without previous practice and liberal expansion of ammunition. But the Vice Admiral considered that the effect on morale would be most beneficial, as many of the ship's companies were young and untried, and there was a tendency for the personnel of ships other than the carriers to become stale. Conditions near the target had been reported excellent. At 1000 hours, the bombarding force parted from the carriers in position 23 degrees 54 north, 125 degrees 10 east, and closed Miyako at 24 knots. The carriers provided additional combat air patrol for this force as well as the aircraft spotting. The bombarding force passed through position 24 degrees 33.5 north and 125 degrees 10 east at 11:55 hours on the bombarding course 070 degrees at 15 knots. The King George V and Howe were in once open order line ahead, screened by the 25th Destroyer Flotilla and by Euryalus and Black Prince, who occupied the two port, i.e. inshore positions of the screen. The Swifter, Gambia and Uganda, in open order line ahead, were stationed 270 degrees 3 miles, i.e. fine off the port quarter of the fleet flagship. Fire was open at 12:05. The Euryalus and Black Prince carried out a simultaneous airburst shoot, the former using VT fuses, on the AA defence area of Nobara Airfield. King George V and Howe bombarded Hirara Airfield and the AA defence area to the north of the airfield, respectively. On completion of the airburst shoot, Swifter and Gambia bombarded Nobara Airfield and Uganda Sukuma Airstrip.
Gambia bombarded Nobara airfield and Uganda Tsukima airstrip. Why that sentence repeats, I have no idea. Ammunition expenditure and mean ranges were as follows: 14-inch high explosive, 195 rounds, 25,000 yards. 6-inch high explosive, 598 rounds, 18,000 yards, and 5.25-inch high explosive, 378 rounds, 17,000 yards. In general, control and procedure and spotting were good, but in some cases were marred by bad communications. There was no opposition from the shore. Photographs showed the runways at Nobara and Tsukima heavily hit, and that all rounds from the Howe fell in the target area. But no photographs were obtained to show results by the King George V. Meanwhile, during the absence of the heavy ships, the carriers had been under air attack. Accordingly, Vice Admiral Rawlings expedited the later part of the bombardment, finally ending it a little earlier than planned. His force turned to the southward at 12:47 and closed the carriers at 25 knots. It's a good book. It's an interesting book. It's Okinawa, the last naval battle of World War II, compiled by Jan Grehan. The fact he uses the phrase compiled by is an interesting phraseology rather than claiming written by. And, well, yeah, it does come from various sources. That's a good one. Oh. Whew. If one of the motors was still around, would you climb to the top or near the top of it? Yes. Nicest way, I have no qualms. I would climb all over these things. Whether it's sensible to or not is another matter. I wouldn't advise anyone else do it, but there's a difference between me or Drac doing it and a difference between other people doing it. Which sounds egotistical, but we are enough of a historians and have enough climbing knowledge, climbing experience and knowledge of various things that we are a very small, unique skill set. There are people who are equivalent to us, who have those knowledge, but basically there aren't many of us. It's like, I'd quite happily go beneath a the boiler on HMS Vampire. I knew what I was doing. Drew Pension, my follow-on for the Royal Navy having MGTs in the 1920s, gas turbines. Could Nelrod's experimented to be the first combined diesel-electric and MGT ship? Yes. They probably wouldn't have been experimented to. They would have probably built a county class would have been experimental ship. They'd have probably built a crew. They'd have specifically built a batch of cruisers, and would have tested it on them before they built the battleships. Yes, I think there was a 21-inch electric torpedo project in that period. There were a lot of torpedo projects in that period. Drake said something about the engineer on the Canopus having a breakdown around the time of Cornell and the Falklands. Is there a theory on what broke him? Life. Being an engineer. The stress of the job. Sometimes even the best of us just go down. I don't know. What has happened to... Why did that suddenly flick? That's a bit of live... For some reason a live chat has just reset on me. I have no idea why, but I've lost all the live chat prior to Chris Shea's response. No idea why. Still got all the questions though. But yeah, the live chat, the live reset on me for some reason. Let's see. Knight 6031. Why do people not consider that in either world the RM would not settle for? Okay. So the thing is, you are. Your question is wrongly worded. Okay, and this is the first thing I was trying to teach people to be better. You've stated that the rock, it's not second-rate equipment. It's a technological dead end. It's a conceptual dead end. Is the rock It's not second-rate. It's a technological dead end. The Sea Gladiator is old. It's the previous generation. It's supposed to be being replaced. It's not second-rate though. Second-rate would mean you're buying something inferior. No, they're just the earlier generation. The Skewer and the Swordfish. Again, the Skewer is the first generation dive bomber the Royal Navy builds, and they had to get it through as a fighter to get the RAF to build it, which introduced also compromises. The Swordfish. It was a first-rate aircraft, but it was a first-rate aircraft for 1934. It's supposed to be being replaced when war started, in 1940, sort of 41-ish time. And that's what you're dealing with. And you're then comparing it to aircraft which are in service, mostly coming into service in 1941, 42. You're talking Wildcat, Zero, Val, Dauntless, Devastate, and Kate. They are not the top of naval power in 1939. They're mostly not available in 1939. So again, it's not something, they cannot be second rate. Would the Royal Navy prefer to have had World War II hold off for another 3 years? Roughly till 1941-42, so they could actually introduce all the aircraft they're planning on introducing? Yeah, the Royal Navy would love that. But you're dealing with I do realise there is a lot of discussions in various parts of the world which do use the phrase as second-rate, old-fashioned, they look old, they're this, that, and the other. And I've had this conversation with numerous television producers in my time. But it's not the case. You're just looking at the aircraft they have, which at the end are the previous generation aircraft, and because of the circumstances of World War II, again, it's one of the things which Churchill lets through, and it's one of the things which a lot of, they push through. They're fighting a European war, so what they don't need to worry about the Royal Navy's aircraft. Because you don't need carriers for this, and that's why you pause the capital ships and the carriers, because they're all focused on the war they're fighting, and they don't think about, what happens to the war expands. And that's the problem. What would have been sensible would be to set up a factory in Ceylon and start building them out in Ceylon. And that would have been the sensible thing. But they didn't do that. That's right. You're a good sailor. Opti 420 Act. I'm not. I should probably know what Opti 420, etc. comes from, but I've done a lot of sailing. I'm never quite sure if I would consider myself good or not. I've done a lot of time aboard ships over the years, both sail-powered ships and engine-powered ships. So yeah, but I wouldn't know if I'd call myself good. I've mucked a lot of boats around in my time as well, including some very fast ones. And even at one point conned a landing craft, but that was a fun little exercise. Hello, Andy. Take care, Andy. Andy, the PWR. Good luck. Hope you get back to you feeling better next week. Hold on. If the KMF HSF, the Kaiserlich Marine's HC fleet doesn't scud itself a scalper and is divided up between ours, do the treaties get penned, or are the total tonnage limits merely increased? If they get handed out between the various allies, there are some big problems. And I don't think the treaties find as fertile ground. Let's be honest, the High Seas Fleet sinking itself solved problems for both Britain and America. For Britain, the worst case scenario was that the High Seas Fleet gets divided up amongst the Allies, because that causes them trouble. And I think there's a little fly came in here. And for the Americans, well, if you've got the high seas fleet divided between the Allies, then getting the treaty through is going to be a nightmare. Because everyone's going to be scrabbling to incorporate them and work out their fleet formations and adjust to it. And some navies, you're talking about a qualitative leap in terms of capability. If the ratio of TBD-1 devastated equal aircraft, the ferry aircraft, the ferry and ferry Swordfish that ever recorded World War 1939, well, they wouldn't have that, would they? Let's put it this way. Basically, you're asking, and the question you want to ask, that's clear, I think you're trying to get to, is if the 1938 sort of version of the Barracuda had been put into production and had come into production and been in service in 1939, rather than rather than the Albacore. So if the Royal Navy's actually, the Barracuda program has delivered earlier. If they have that coming in, would they? They would be happy to do it. Yes, they would. If the Royal Navy can do that, if they can drop the aircraft, the torpedoes at faster speeds and higher altitudes, and still achieve the belly drop, the belly flop into the water that they need for getting that precision strike in harbours, they would be very happy to. How would this affect World War II? Well, if you've got faster aircraft which are capable of doing attack, then you from longer range or higher altitudes, it's going to change some of the operations in war. It's probably going to change the survivability of the British torpedo bombers. It's going to change. It's probably changed the effect of the strikes in terms of the Swordfish attacks on the Channel Dash. But it's also going to probably have an impact, especially if that aircraft continues its development, so it isn't treated like a Fulmar, which is just developed and then if ignored for the next 2 years. If it's actually continued developed, then the aircraft, which is probably in service in 1942 to face off against the Indian Ocean raid, is going to be qualitatively even better than it was at the beginning of the war. So it's an open-ended question. When is the Royal Navy by extension the UK Navy most threatened during the Revolutionary Napoleonic Wars? My gut feeling is the attack on Copenhagen, sudden Napoleon's invasion plans. You're talking about the Revolutionary Napoleonic Wars, specifically. Well, I would argue the scariest point for the Royal Navy in terms of its actual realistic capabilities is when during the mutinies, but differentially, there are a few options when that could be. The Royal Navy has problems at certain times. They are certainly Britain as a nation is most frightened at the point of the Copenhagen. That's why they launched Copenhagen again. That's why Copenhagen becomes a verb, because every time the cutting off of the Baltic supplies, of ship supplies especially, is a critical threat to the Royal Navy. It's considered a critical threat to the Royal Navy. Despite them keeping stores and stockpiles, they do not want to lose access to those supplies. But also, I would add, with the Barracuda, it was also would have been a pretty fine dive bomber aircraft, so it might well have replaced the Skewer as well. Not nicest night security run, as you keep continuing on with. You're talking about basically the Barracuda. That's what the British were developing. That would have been that equivalent generation of aircraft. Okay? So we might as well use the Fairy Barracuda as the name on namology instead of just going Devastator equivalent, because the Barracuda is what the British were building. Albacore is developed not as a backup. The Albacore is developed because the Barracuda is getting delayed and because they keep moving engines. So basically, the Royal Navy does almost a souped-up Swordfish with what's the most powerful engine we're available to get off the shelf that fits our criteria for maritime operations, so it has to have certain reliabilities, etc., and shove it into an airframe. That is the Albacore. And the trouble is the Taurus turns out to not be as good as the Pegasus in terms of reliability. It takes them a while to work it through, so it gets a legacy name as always being unreliable, when in fact, by later generations, it is actually perfectly fine. But the trouble is it's such a rush job, and the Taurus turns out to not be as reliable as it was supposed to be. But that's all because of the delays in the Barracuda project, because the Barracuda was supposed to deliver in 1940, and its first engine is gazumped by the Air Ministry, so they're now redesigning it for another engine, and then that's gazumped, and then you have Churchill, and you have, as First Lord of the Admiralty, who gives in on all sorts of things because they're going to be fighting European war. He does the same thing as he did in World War One, when he basically gave in to the army to fight a war in Europe as an expert, with the army being sent to Belgium. It just, you can argue the fors and against it, but he is not. Whilst he has this great reputation of being a very involved and interested interested Lord of the Admiralty, he's not necessarily the best at making the case for the Navy, because he doesn't actually listen to anyone else's arguments. He makes up his own mind, and the thing is, it's good to make up your own mind, but you need to listen to other people as well before you do it. You need to listen to what other people are saying, what they're not saying, and then make up your mind. Not go, I know, and then make up your mind. Because other people might have something useful to offer. Right, Fraser, I watched a video discussing the USS New Jersey, how USS New Jersey dealt either a shore battery. It was a shore battery. With a single gun with a full 16-inch broadside. I think it was multiple broadsides, actually, historically. What's, for example, naval firepower overkill? Oh, good lord. There is the famous very short war that happens, I think, in Zanzibar, from memory. And basically, the British send the equivalent of a mainline squadron to go to this little deal with this little annoying person who's just not doing what the British are asking him to do. And it wasn't particularly onerous from the British at that point, but the trouble is, once they made the fleet come around, the British what the British were initially asking versus what the British settled for after they had to actually fight a war for it, very different. Take care, my David. Good luck for you, Mum. It was Zanzibar. Cummings, was the Barracuda malicious aircraft handling-wise or just air for extra risks? It was not as nice as the Swordfish to fly, but it was also an aircraft which had suffered from the fact that it kept changing its engines around. Was it USS Wisconsin? There's a North Korean, yeah. It was USS Wisconsin, not New Jersey. It was an Iowa class, but it was on the New Jersey Channel, I think. Ronan, is it me or does it just seem the UK invests more in money into longitudinal energy than the US investing heavily into radar? There's both are making developments into both, but the trouble is the famous engines for them do patter on that side. I have in the 9601. You're bringing up the Sea Lance, and I think that's an HOI aircraft from memory. Yeah, the Ball and Pool Sea Lance is
from Against All Odds. Powered by a Bristol Centaurus engine. Replaced by the Barracuda and Spearfish from 1942. So basically, yeah, in the nicest way, they've pushed in an aircraft which didn't need to be pushed in. Because everyone, the issues with the sort of, we're just not getting into it. Yeah. Basically, yeah, Centaurus engine. They've gone with fun times. The Barracuda did happen in the bottom, apparently in that timeline. Honestly, the Barracuda is the aircraft. Okay? That's the development program which gets mucked up by when war comes and the decisions made by the Air Ministry in 1937-38, and once the Fleet Air Arms got control in 1939, it turns into a constant bartering process, an argument, and that's your scenario. So that's what you're talking about. Is it accurate that the Illustrious Indomitable and the Packles would have served alongside the Audacious and Multiclass? If war had continued, yes. In a peacetime scenario, probably not. Apparently I missed the answer to my Corsair question. It was Fleet Air. It was Naval Aircraft by Eric Winkle Brown, or Wings on My Sleeve by Eric Winkle Brown. Rapparee's back. Mm-hmm. I don't. Sorry, just tapping stuff in. All victory. Take care, Duke Merchant. How likely is it that the fourth mortal would have replaced 2 Courageous, Ark Royal, and the 4 Audacious replaced Eagle, Argus, Hermes, and Furious? In basically, if the 4 Maltas and 4 Audaciouses come into service and war is over, then it's the rundown of the fleet. So if they've come into service, you're getting rid of those pre-war ships and you're replacing them with new ships. So that becomes your 8 ships. You don't need more fleet carriers than 8 for the Royal Navy post World War II. So if you've got the 4 Maltas and 4 Audacious, you're not so much replacing those ships as getting rid of them. If it's in wartime service, and then who knows? But also, you in a nice sitting there and sort of going Eagle, Argus, Hermes, and Furious in a world where they're still around and there's peacetime. Eagle, Argus, Hermes, Furious, Courageous, and Glorious were all supposed to be replaced. They were going to be replaced by Ark Royal, by Illustrious, Formidable, Victorious, Indefatigable, Implacable. That's the ships which were going to replace them. Now, in a post-treaty world, more ships will be built, and they might well be retained longer. But I think Hermes, probably Eagle, and I think Hermes and Argus would definitely have gone. I think Furious, because she has issues, will probably be outlasted by Eagle, surprising enough. And I think Eagle, then Courageous and Glorious will go. And I think whatever follows the Indefatigable and Implacable will probably will be next 2 of them, actually. Probably that's what would have happened. Probably they would order batch 2 of them to begin with. So that you get 4 of them and 4 Illustriouses plus Ark Royal and Unicorn plus Unicorn's sister. You might even have Unicorn's 2 sisters, because then you can build up a nice fleet which is basically around you've got 9 fleet carriers, so you can do 3 squadrons each of 3 fleet carriers and a forward aviation support ship. So you could have those would be your 3 squadrons of carriers, sort of thing. And what comes next is going to depend on how long you've got before war breaks out and what they develop in that meantime. Because if jet aircraft come in, then you've probably got a fast track to developing things like angled flight decks. Because you need to with jet aircraft. You need that. Right then. Jan Glete, Warfare at Sea. From a maritime point of view, the European and political and economic landscape was formed by the naval power of the states and the economic power of the centres of shipping and maritime trade. Both navies and maritime centres were able to exercise control of the sea lines of communication through violence. Their incentives to do so were not the same, however. Territorial states were interested in the sea as a highway for power projection and as a forward area for anti-invasion defence. They were usually interested in protecting trade to their own ports and in plunder and destruction of enemy trade. Territorial states might also develop navies in order to protect trade as a source of income. This protection was not always decided by those who had to pay for it. For example, the Sound toll to Denmark, or the protection money paid by seafarers in the Indian Ocean to the Portuguese. For rulers of territorial states, warfare at sea was usually a part of the state formation process, one of the several ways of strengthening a state in competition with domestic and foreign competitors in a dynastic and imperialistic power struggle. Centres of maritime trade used violence at sea primarily in order to protect and promote trade, sometimes in trade war against competitors. For rulers of these centres, violence was a means to make capital invested in trade and shipping profitable. Convoys, in which the shipping interests pooled their protective resources of mutual support, were a common form of city-state naval activity. Now, this is where it's always interesting, because Britain is both a territorial state, but if you look at London, it's an economic city-state. That's usually a starting point when I start to confuse people. And you have this fun with first years when you're starting to teach them about the initial things, and they go, "What? Well, London's not a city-state. London's..." You sit down and go,
Well, hang on. Let's consider London of starters in the period we're talking about, in the sort of the War of the Three Kingdoms period. They have their own army, the trained bands, which is maintained by the guilds. They have their own merchant companies, which are going around the world. That's what the East India Company comes from, and Hudson Bay Company, and all these things. They are worried about trade. What is the big thing that is the reason why the British government is the kings are allowed to raise ship money? Is it to maintain a fleet to go and fight wars? It is, but one of the contingencies is they also have to convoy trade and merchant fleets. Okay. So Britain is a hybrid, and that's one of the reasons why Britain develops as it is, because Britain has this basically equivalent of a city-state, of a mercantile city-state, at its hub as its capital city, London, and also has a territorial state in terms of the rest of the UK. And once you start looking at it as a hybrid of those two things, it's when you start to get a really interesting idea of why things develop as they are, and why to this day Britain is to an extent as London-centric as it is. Because some people like to, you regularly hear from the SNP and talking about they talk about the Westminster government. It's not the Westminster government that rules them, or rules everyone in the UK. It's the London Financial Centre. Now, actually, the centre of Britain. Because pretty much the UK still to this day, economically, and it's one of the interesting things, whenever governments talk about, we want to spread around the financing and the things around from London, away from London, and all this stuff, it's always a good idea to try and do so. But London is still the city-state at the heart of the UK. It's the financial city-state. 15th and early 16th century Europe had several centres for large-scale interregional shipping. They were often but not always closely connected with centres for merchant capitalism. The ship-owning centres provided the bulk of long-distance shipping around Europe and the Mediterranean, and they had the resources to organise convoys and other forms of protection of trade when necessary. Most large ships were also built in these areas. In the Mediterranean, Venice and Genoa were the most important of these centres, and they were also leading centres of mercantile and financial capitalism. The eastern part of the Spanish Biscay coast, especially the Basque provinces, was another important area, which also played a leading role in the development of a fully rigged ship. Britain and Normandy were important ship-owning centres, as were several cities in the northern Netherlands, especially in Holland. In northern Europe, cities like Lubeck, Hamburg and Danzig were important shipping and trading centres, and together with smaller Baltic cities, they formed the Hands, or an organisation which acted as the cartel alliance in control of maritime trade. Small-scale shipping was common along European coasts, but it was major centres which owned most of the great ships, in Italy the big merchant galleys also, which in wartime might be converted into powerful warships. It's a good book. I know I bring it up a lot, but that's because it's one of the foundational books of modern naval history, and therefore it's something which I will emphasise to a lot of people it's worthwhile reading as often as I can. This is another reason why I like the questions divided off from the chat. It means I can, if necessary, ignore people proselytizing about the Blackburn backbone. If the Canadians get free Queen Elizabeth, do the Aussies want battleships too? Probably not. They probably do want more battlecruisers though. And they might actually want to get Tiger-level battlecruisers rather than just... They might want battle cruisers rather than battle cruisers. They might want big cat-style battle cruisers, one word, rather than cruiser hunting vessels like the Indefatigables were. Maximus, how do rail ferries connect the lines for the trains? It doesn't seem very easy. Like a car ferry that has a margin of error for loading or offloading cars, it's very difficult. But usually they have systems set up so they can guide themselves directly into the lines. You will have very careful mooring positions so they can moor end on, and you will do a lot of rope work. It's a very, very precise endeavour. Sometimes they are chain ferries, so they will be guided directly to a certain place, but some other ones are actually free moving ferries, and it's a lot of very, very skilled crewmen involved.
Let's be honest, if Japan attacked the US in 1939-40, what would the Pacific War look like? Very different. Because if they attacked in 1939-40 at the same time as World War II begins in Europe, then the Japanese do not have the Kido Butai. That doesn't exist at that point. That's one of the interesting things. If you look at 1939, the Kido Butai ain't there. It comes into existence in 1940. It's not there in 1939. And in 1940 it isn't properly there. It's 1941 before it's actually there as the force we recognise as the Kido Butai. And yeah, it's different war. It's a very different war. You get the Americans in the war from the beginning, which is it's going to be a wider war from the get-go. The British will join that war straight away. The question is, do the Italians join World War II? Because, you know, entering a war against the British and the Americans, that's an interesting scenario. You don't yet have a German-Japanese alliance, so maybe Hitler doesn't join the war against America, but there again, he's a big enough to think it's sensible to do so. So he might do. It's basically complicated. It's a nice one to go to do a long video discussion of. Let's mention if the British Empire had 4 Malta, 4 Audacious, 2 Implacable, 1 Indomitable, 3 Illustrious, 1 Ark Royal Seaweeds, and 8 Central 10 Colossus, 6. How do you see the fleet being deployed? For what circumstance? This is going to sound strange, but let me explain. You have got, under that circumstance, I would say 10 large fleet carriers. You could argue 11 with Ark Royal included. You have got 4 medium fleet carriers. And you have got 24 light fleet carriers. So you have a total of 39 ships. That's a massive fleet. Who are you fighting? What are you doing? Are you deterring conflict? What do they have? Are you deploying them with capital ships? Are you dealing with a massive Soviet fleet? Why are you maintaining 39 aircraft carriers, for starters? What is your purpose? And that's going to define where you're going to deploy them. Because having that larger fleet is a significant investment. If you've got that larger fleet, you have built up a significant investment. So obviously under that scenario, you're looking at, I would say if you have done that, and I would add in Unicorn as well in that scenario, so you've got about 40 ships. You are probably looking at, you're looking at roughly 5-8 ship squadrons of carriers. And you're probably going to deploy them as you need them. You've got 3 light fleet squadrons. So with 3 light fleet, Malta and Audacious are each a squadron each. So a Malta and Audacious probably, that's, you'd add 4 of those. You'd add in your 2 Implacables, 4 Maltas, 2 Implacables, and Indomitable and a Unicorn, and that would probably be sitting somewhere in the Indian Ocean. The Audacious, Ark Royal, and the Illustrious would probably be sitting somewhere in the home fleet. The Centaur Squadron I would probably be basing in the Mediterranean, and the Colossus and Majestics I'd probably have in 4 ship units deployed in Canada, South Africa, Australia, and home fleet as well. But that's for me doing a deterrence mission. I have no idea what you want them to be doing. If you're fighting a war, it's a different scenario, and I can't see you having 39 aircraft carriers unless you're involved in a major conflict. In which case, they'll be grouped together in a fleet and fighting someone.
Listen, had the Curtis Helldiver not been so flawed to start, would the British have considered using it? They might have. They considered using it anyway, but it just didn't pan out. If it had worked, they might have gone through with it. But, it didn't, so they didn't. Where was I? I'm Falkland-centric today. I know the UKRN were short on funds, had different priorities after World War II. When the Falklands broke out, did someone say, gee, I wish we had a full-size carrier? I think Michael Clapp sent a very long sermon, not when I say sermon, a very long passage, or at least he wrote one, where it would be basically going, these are the problems we're going to face because we don't have a proper size carrier. Did the Kido Batai hit Pearl Harbor in force, but why only 6 carriers? They had more escort light carriers as shown before. Why bring more? What bring more? Couldn't hide it. Too few oilers. Too few oilers, and quite a lot of those carriers weren't ready, and they didn't have aircraft. They didn't have pilots or air groups for them. You have to remember, Kido Batai, to stretch it out, is taking pretty much everything they have available at the time in terms of deployable force. Next book, Seapower and Naval Warfare, 1650 to 1830 by Richard Harding. Again, another of their books. There's about 3 of them which are massively important. By any standards, it was a highly unusual operation. In contrast to the bloody battles of the previous 50 years, the major naval operations took place in the face of a nominally powerful enemy battle fleet without any fighting. It occurred very late in the year and was over within 3 weeks, without any serious secondary action. War between France and the Habsburg Empire was becoming increasingly likely during the summer of 1687, and the stadtholder, William III, decided the time was right to invade England and take the throne from his father-in-law, James II. William waited until he was certain that he had significant political support in England and that Louis XIV had committed himself to a campaign in the Rhineland in September of 1688. Dutch forces had been assembling throughout the summer in expectation of war. 11,000 foot, 4,000 horse were assembled in 250 merchantmen, while 39 battleships, that's ships of the line to all wrestlers, 26 frigates, 10 fireships, and 20 other vessels provided escorting fleet. An important part of the plan was to avoid battle with the English fleet, which had been assembling down since August. Careful plans were laid to avoid a confrontation. Arthur Herbert, a prominent naval officer with a strong following in the English Navy, had come over to Holland early in 1688. He was given overall command of the fleet with instructions to dissuade the English from attacking. From mid-August, James was aware of the Dutch preparations. In early October, the fleet of about 37 warships was ready to move to the north, and the commander-in-chief, the Earl of Dartmouth, joined the fleet. It was expected that William would attempt a landing in the north, but with few sheltered anchorages on this coast, the invasion convoy would be greatly exposed to the weather and destruction by a pursuing English fleet. It was expected, therefore, that the Dutch would seek battle before the invasion convoy set sail. For the English, the safest course was to force the Dutch to come to them rather than seek the enemy out on their own coast in the winter weather. On the 15th of October, Dartmouth took the fleet to lie securely between the Gunfleet sands of the Essex coast to wait for news. James, to some experience of commanding at sea in 1665 and 1672, was aware of the danger and was ready to advise Dartmouth, but the quality of James's information and his reactions to it have been the subject of some controversy among historians. On the whole, neither James's intelligence nor his performance after September were adequate. Louis XIV also misread the situation. He knew the Dutch preparations, but he was determined that they should not interfere with his operations against Philipsburg and the Rhine. He offered James the support of the Brest squadron in an attempt to get both the English and Dutch involved in a naval war in the Baltic against Sweden. The plan failed, but Louis had completely misunderstood the significance of naval preparations in the North Sea, and the role his warships could play. French preparations did not match the Dutch, so that when William finally sailed, the French fleet was in no position to challenge the Dutch. On the 1st of November, the Dutch force sailed. Its objective was not the north, but the west coast of England. The easterly wind, which had been blowing for some days, continued, pinning the English fleet against behind the Gunfleet Sounds. On the 3rd of November, the Dutch passed through the Straits of Dover, and Dartmouth finally got the English fleet to sea. William landed at Brixham in Torbay on the 5th of November, while Dartmouth reached Beachy Head. Exaggerated accounts of the size of the Dutch fleet and news that the Dutch had landed caused the English council of war to conclude that an attack would be pointless. Strong westerly winds now forced Dartmouth back to the Downs. It's not until the 16th of November, with almost peremptory orders from James, that the fleet sailed south again. There was a strong possibility that the battle would be engaged as the English reached Tor Bay on 9th of November, but had weather again induced Dartmouth to retire to Spithead, where he waited until it was confirmed that James II had fled to France and it was prudent to submit to the new de facto King of England on the 30th of December. Amazingly, a naval officer who doesn't like his boss, who keeps trying to find reasons to not fight battles. It's amazing. The curiosity of the campaign lies in the failure of the English fleet to engage the Dutch at any point. Traditionally, this has been attributed to an Orangist plot within the Officer Corps. Recent scholars, such as David Davies, have played down its impact on events and pointed to Dartmouth's natural caution and the very real professional reasons for not engaging the Dutch. The behaviour of the fleet does, however, leave some intriguing questions. What did naval officers think that their impact on the campaign could be? The decision not to engage because the Dutch had landed suggests that they saw their influence on events as very limited. William did discharge his transports and had no intention of re-embarking, but the Dutch fleet was exposed well to the westward of its support. What did they see as the relationship between Seapower and events ashore? Disaffection within the army and James's failure of leadership were the critical factors during November. The naval officers decided to wait and see what happened rather than to have an influence upon these factors. Davies suggested that this inaction was a reasonable response from career-minded officers who wanted to profit from a change of regime. If this is correct, then it's a good example of decisions being informed not by what Seapower could do, but being motivated by simple political opportunism. Seapower, like any form of power, is largely dependent upon an understanding of its ability and will to use it. A bold Dutch decision to sail directly to a landing place, inaccurate intelligence, and adverse winds put the English at disadvantage after 1st November. However, it's difficult to believe, in the light of the Dutch wars, and particularly the English failure to invade Zealand in 1672-3, that English officers did not understand the limitations of Dutch sea power. They made a judgment about the likely outcome of the land campaign, which they chose not to influence. Ultimately, that was a political, not a military decision. Whether influenced by Orangist plotters, career concerns, or mobilised by the political confusion around them, the decision seems to have had two important implications for the perception of Seapower. It seems Seapower could be disabled relatively easily and decisively. The English Navy suffered from the same paralysis as the Army. Neither went over to William with enthusiasm, but both were operationally crippled by internal political confusion. The English army was neither large nor well disciplined by European standards, but the fleet was one of the largest and most professional in the world. There were strong links between the personnel of the army and the Navy Officer Corps, and it is not surprising that the collapse of morale was similar. However, the breakup of the army and its impact on the campaign was open to doubt much longer than that of the Navy. Cut off from political news and less influenced by events in other regions, relatively few decisions made by a small number of officers in the Council of War decided the role of the Navy. The Army crumbled slowly as decisions made by the King, local mandates, and individual officers accumulated to overwhelm the Stuart position. The inactivity of the fleet may also have generated the impression that seaborne invasion was much easier than it was. Invasion not featured particularly in English naval thinking before the 1670s, but it dominated thought thereafter. The battle fleet had grown in the 1650s as an offensive weapon to destroy Dutch commerce. It evolved to defend English commerce against corsairs and the Dutch and French attacks. Detaching and cruising or expeditionary squadrons had extended its defensive and offensive capabilities to distant waters. In the 1670s, the danger of French invasion temporarily gave the fleet an enhanced defensive role, but from 1688 the danger of invasion became a prime motivator in its development. England had to come to terms with a hostile France, but the offensive and defensive capabilities of naval power were still in question. Great damage could be done to trade and plantations, and invasion seemed extremely easy. France could be made to suffer by the same means, but William had his Dutch possessions to defend on land, for which English resources were needed. England's contribution to defeating Louis XIV was unclear, but naval power would inevitably play an important part. Basically, pays to keep your officers on side and motivated. Who's the next power to acquire an aircraft carrier for the first time? Honestly, I wouldn't doubt the Koreans at the moment. I wouldn't doubt the Koreans. Because they have a serious worries. And people talk about going, oh, well, they're a peninsula. Why do they need a naval carrier? Well, for them, carriers provide two things. One, it's a mobile airfield, which can be moved. in and out of strike range as it needs to be, rather than geographically fixed on a peninsula definitely within strike range. And secondly, their worries about their allies, or rather potential allies, in terms of Japan. Historically they have issues, and with Japan now having aircraft carriers, let's be honest, Japan got them and they're building them. There becomes a problem for them. Are you talking about King of France? You're saying King of Drance, and I'm going, I haven't ever heard of a King of Drance. I've heard of King of France, and no, he wasn't a vassal of the Ottoman Sultan by that point. At no point was he a vassal of the Ottoman Sultan. Whatever diplomatic niceties are ever observed. Yeah. Take care, Leslie. No, Japan has let me put it this way. The Japanese Navy has what their Maritime Self-Defense Force, or rather, Navy, has, how do I put this politely? Some very interesting ships. If I get my list of Japanese naval vessels up. Yes, there you go. So they have the Izumo and the Hyuga class of helicopter destroyers. The Izumos are Izumo and Kaga, which are 27,000 tons. And they are being converted into light aircraft carriers to carry F-35Bs. From probably about 2026 to onwards, they will be carrying them. You also have Hyuga and Ise, which are the Hyuga class, which are also considered helicopter destroyers, now 19,000 tons. I would add that I wouldn't be surprised if you consider the Hyuga class were built 2006 to 2011. And then the Izumos were built 2012 to 2017. I wouldn't be surprised if their successors are full-blown carriers. Or rather, when I say full-blown carriers, are built from the deck up, from the keel up as aircraft carriers. And they will probably be starting building in the 2020s. Because of the pace of their construction. That's right. Doesn't any delay to World War II delay fixes Mark 14 torpedo? Yep. Because the Bureau of Ordnance will never believe that there actually is a problem until they're actually told there's a problem. Is there a Blackburn a holy war going on in this channel again? I've told you before, there doesn't need to be a holy war between the people who support the Catalina and the Blackburn. It isn't necessary. They are all prophets of the holy piston engine. Sorry, couldn't resist. Yeah, they are through deck. They are aircraft carriers. Yeah, it's the through deck cruiser scenario going on. It's all sorts of things going on again. It's one of the fun things you have in history. You do have these scenarios. That's right. Given the Bismarck class cost 490 million US dollars in 1940, couldn't the Germans have gotten something far cheaper than that? Yeah. Also, I'd love to see the accounting proof of that because I think that's an estimate. I think they probably cost more because we do not have good records for the Germans, and it seems to me a lot of their costs are underestimated because people never factor in enough about what's going on. Excuse me a second in terms of infrastructure limitations, but I'm going for a quick comfort break. Give me a second, back in a second. Yep. Right. No. Not my sister carrying anything at 11 o'clock. It was just me going for a comfort break. Let's see what we've got now. Yeah. Right. Ooh. Like, Dutch and Swedes are interesting. They're two solid regional powers and bigger ambitions. When those who failed were knocked out, they were happy not to try and climb the ladder again or pretend they were as glorious as they once were. If only every major power learned a lesson. Oh, yeah. Let me explain something to you in the nicest way. The Swedes and the Dutch will have you believe that one, but trust me, they look for the opportunities. They were definitely not. The Swedes were definitely not knocked out, and the Swedes took a long time before they accepted they were knocked out, and the Dutch, they found other ways to get the influence, you know. Yeah, I don't. Usually, I can drink a lot more brew before I need facilities, so I'm thinking it was my frozen lemonade, which I got from McDonald's, which probably has gone straight through me. Well, since I drank it about 2 o'clock. Yeah, that's okay. I have been drinking iron brew pretty much solidly since about 2 o'clock today, so you know. You're now making me think about how often I go to the loo. I haven't actually been to the loo. I've been doing. Good Lord, how much capacity do you have in there, Billy? Seriously? Is that a 2-litre bottle of iron brew and there's... Yeah, this is distracting. Sorry, got distracted for a second working out the maths. Do you have a 3.5-litre capacity in there somehow? What are you, a hollow cask? I'm sorry, again, distractions. Apologies. I got back to naval history. Mm-hmm. I have to say it's nicer this week than it was. Last week this time I was really worried about the bills coming in, and I apologise if I was distracted at all what I was doing, or wasn't my usual fun self, because I've got through most of the bills this week. Only bill I've got is tomorrow's car bill. Goodness knows how much that will be. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be about £1,100, or rather 1,080. But I'm rounding it up in my head because then I'm less scared if I see it, if it's cheaper. And that's before I get the tyres done. I need to get the tyres done as well. I don't know. Nothing these days are cheap, but no, tax bill paid. All the bills paid. Now I just have to earn the money this year to pay off credit cards from Australia trip, pay off research costs for finishing off getting the photos and finishing off the stuff for at least the Flag class book, possibly the U class book as well. And if I manage to earn enough money, and paying off the familial debts I've incurred as well. But no, that should be possible. I've got plenty of work lined up. As long as they pay me, I'm okay. Just like plenty of people throw the term VOC mentality around like it's a good thing. Ah, the Dutch East India Company. Oh, they're fun. They are a fun organisation, the Dutch. And the East India Company, but the Dutch government itself is a interesting political conundrum. I think with the VTOL capability of 55, you can stick one on the heli stern deck of your average frigate nowadays if you really wanted. Let's put it this way. The Royal Navy legitimately tried out the Harrier a few times. And they did look at a sky crane to pluck the Harrier out of the sky as well. All sorts of options were looked at. It's really not as good as having the space of a landing deck, a flight deck to land on. Basically, you want a deck the size of an Albion class or an landing ship dock or something like that to land upon. If you're going to do that with a Harrier, and it has to be suitably reinforced and suitably heat treated for an F-35. Thinking about carriers and amphibious flying ships, it seems to me today, navies both today and in the past seem to overlook the value of large flexible platforms. They don't overlook them, it's just justifying the number you need in wartime in peacetime. Because the trouble is, a flexible platform in peacetime, your demands tend to be in serial rather than parallel, so one platform can go from that mission to that mission to that mission to that mission, and therefore you don't need multiple platforms. In wartime, when you need that one platform to do multiple roles at the same time, that's when you need multiple of them. So basically a large flexible platform is its own worst enemy, because in peacetime it can do X number of roles. Great, and it'll probably have to do them in serial, one after the other. In wartime, you need multiple of them because you need to have that role done. Multiple roles carried out at the same time. But the trouble is, governments don't procure for wartime, they procure for peacetime. And even then, it's arguable that they won't procure for peacetime properly. That or a passing cargo ship will do an emergency. Yeah, but that caused issues because the nice way they had to pay for various costs when that happened. How did the Aki B-7A Grace with 1,880 mile range, the Fairy Spearfish with 1,036 mile range, the Grom TDM Avenger with 1,000 mile range fit into each doctrine? Well, basically, it's how do I put this politely? So you've got that range. What's your strike range? Your strike range, in the terms of the Spearfish and the Grom, is roughly 500 nautical miles. If that's your range, that's directly strike range from the carrier, so they can hit targets within 500 nautical miles of them. Roughly, probably 450, to give you some space for finding target and coming back. The Aki theoretically has, with 1,880, is probably you're talking about 900 mile strike range. Okay, there and come back. The point is, that gives the Japanese a longer strike range, which is good for them in terms of their ability to do long-range strikes, but it also means their strikes are going to have to go away. Their carriers are going to have to be positioned in a certain place for a certain time, or in a certain sphere for those aircraft to get back, unless they're going to make them suicidal aircraft, which was never really Japanese doctrine. It became a contingency they went with. It wasn't the part of the doctrine when conceiving an aircraft. So, basically, it gives them a good long-range strike capability. But there are limitations, because that is not a supported strike. And again, it's the case of both the Americans and the Japanese are looking for that big punch, and the British are looking for the boom, 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 boom. Especially at night. British getting within 500 miles of an enemy at 450, well, it's close to 400 nautical miles from an opponent at night, and being able to launch strikes and maintain that strike at this 400 miles, that's fine for the Royal Navy. They've got radar, they're good at night operations, that's fine for their doctrine of operations. The odds of anyone else, of you finding them, very low. Japanese, they're looking for a precision, for a long-range strike and getting the maximum out of that range. Again, it's about survivability of their carriers. But also, you have to look at the aircraft themselves. How rugged, how survivable are they built? Are they designed for a long-range oceanic crossing, or are they designed for operating in the Mediterranean as well as the Pacific? Because there are different criteria for how you operate in the Mediterranean, where you're going to be constantly in range of land-based airfighters. And how you're going to design that aircraft, then how you're going to design an aircraft to operate in other waters. So, and if you're designing that aircraft for purely strike missions, or are you designing an aircraft to also do combat air support missions? I provide ground support to troops on the ground, so flying into enemy air defences of land bases, etc. It's going to change how you design and develop your aircraft, and that's how they're going to fit in. That explains some of it. Got to start the book. Habit of Victory. Story of Royal Navy, 1545 to 1945. Captain Peter Hore. Peter's a really, really nice guy, and a really good, interesting historian. And he gets some really cool stuff in this book. It's a quote from Admiral Rodney, which I just thought you all might enjoy having this in. Yesterday, by one of my frigates from the West Indies, I was made happy by the receipt of your most obliging letters of July, as before this time I did not know my letters concerning the junction of the French and Spanish fleets and their retreat, without daring to attack His Majesty's fleet under my command, or any Leeward Islands, have reached the hands of the King's ministers. When by certain secret intelligence I found that Jamaica was in perfect security, and that the Spaniards were gone to the Havana, and in no manner of condition to undertake any expedition of consequence, that the French fleet under Mons Gauchin were in such a condition as to oblige them to return to France, their convoy, except a squadron, which I concluded may have at all events joined Monsieur Tenet at Rhode Island. This being the state of affairs, when I reflected in my mind of the critical situation of Her Majesty's fleet and army, I am sure you applaud my motives for the step I have taken. That I shall have the approbation of my most gracious sovereign as ministers, I have not a doubt. Rodney had been in self-exile in France at the start of the war, in order to escape his creditors. So the next artifice of his letter may have raised a few eyebrows in London. Of course, his happiness or his health may have overridden motives, but he protests too much about foregoing his princely fortune. Had lucrative motives biased my mind, I had kept within the strict letter of my instructions and gone with the squadron I command to cruise during the hurricane months upon the Spanish Main, which were in all probability a princely fortune would have been the consequence. That the hand of adversity had learnt me of the value of money, I acknowledge, but it does not, nor ever shall, make such an impression in my mind as to eradicate from it the duty I owe my king and my country, or make me prefer riches to honour. I therefore did not hesitate one moment in the choice riches to myself with the loss of America, or a mediocrity of fortune with the happiness of having saved so large a portion of the British Empire, being rent forever from it. In any case, by leaving his subordinate behind in West Indies, Rodney probably hoped to secure his flag officer's share of any prize money. I therefore left a sufficient force with Commodore Hotham for the protection of the islands, and without any person knowing my intention, flew with the wings of national enthusiasm to disappoint the ambitions and designs of France, and to cut off all hopes from the rebellious and deluded Americans. Thank God my most sanguine wishes are answered. But it become me to dwell on this subject. I will leave it to the army, navy, loyal and disloyal Americans to point out its consequences, and if my conduct can be met with approbation of my gracious sovereign administration, I shall feel more true satisfaction than riches would have given me. If the little fly which keeps going in front of me and then disappearing off into darkness decides to hang around here for a second longer, I will gladly whack you. But in the meantime, keep out of my eye line. Hello. Shouldn't probably use a book for that, but it worked. Since my arrival, I have strengthened Mr. Arbuthnot's squadron in such a manner to enable him to effectively block up Montaigne, and should a superior squadron attempt to join Ternay in the meantime, I have lined the coast of America with my frigates, who have already taken 6 of their privateers and likewise settled with Sir Henry Clinton an expedition against the rebels, which will take place in a few days, and I hope the little space of time the season of the year will allow for auction, which will be spent in convincing the Americans 'tis their duty and interest to return to their allegiance. He did, however, fail to take direct action against Ternay, who now occupied that best and noblest harbour in America, Narragansett Bay. It's a good read.
Give me a second. I'm doing a check. I think I got it. Can't see it fluttering around. It's kind of like a searchlight. Actually, what would be cool would be have one of those little sort of computer-controlled. Hang on. Some movement over here. No movement. Computer-controlled SAM systems with a searchlight on it to just go. It's just constantly search the ceiling. Oh, the things I'd do if I didn't have an addiction to books. It's the trouble logging onto your phone with turning your phone on. So you see, power, all the messages come through, and you go, that. Well, it's fun times. It's fun times. Anyway, it's now questions to the end. So whatever questions you have, please do ask. Goodness gracious me. Hey, caramba. Comments coming through on other videos, just looking at something going, oh, I'm gonna have to wade into those arguments at some point. It's fun. Dr. I had a coworker point out that if I could get my daughter hooked on books, Magic the Gathering, and Warhammer 40k, she wouldn't be able to afford drugs. That is true. Take care, Tanif. Will Doppler radar focus the spotlight on anything moving near the ceiling? Oh, that'd be fun. A Doppler radar in here could be cool. Could also mean it would focus on me as well, so I need to try and find a way to get it not focus on my movements. Otherwise, it could be like I was under constant interrogation with a bright light be shining in my eyes. But it's an interesting idea to go with. I've been enjoying learning Swedish. I'm not aware near the level at which I want to start talking it out loud to anyone right now, but I'm enjoying. I'm learning it with Babbel because I had a voucher for them where I got it basically one language for free, and I'm enjoying it. I'm not necessarily sure if it's actually sticking in my head, but I'm hoping by the time we get to Sweden it will work. Peter Hall, identify fly or foe, IFF. Very cool. Very good. Okay. Where is it? Dr. Clarke, think about carriers and amphibious ships. Answer that one. Answer that one. Polemus, does the scrappage revenue of the post-World War II ships exceed the cost in real terms of keeping the never scrapped ships in reserve until the development of ships over the next 20 years? Not really. The scrappage doesn't really pay for that. How did the Saipan class and Independence class CVLs compare to the British Colossus, Majestic, and Center class? The thing was, the Americans weren't necessarily as invested in them as the because of the Essex swarm coming in. As the British were, because the British were struggling to get getting their fleet carrier program restarted because of Churchill, and then trying to build up from that to build new ships, and they were also being bombed, and they had light fleets going as well.
the Americans had the Essex Swarmer building out the infrastructure to build and support the Essex Swarm, so the light fleets don't get their light carriers don't get as much attention, but they're good ships. They are useful. In terms of straight up comparison, I'd say they're both more crowded in terms of their bunking and accommodation, but they're also more spacious because, if I remember correctly, their hangar height is slightly higher. Look, did anyone do a book on the pros and cons of big carrier versus small ones? No one's done a book, but the metric works out very simply. Big carriers tend to be far more efficient than small carriers. You have more space. If you think about it, the requirements for the command and control operations of a big carrier versus a small carrier are the same. Most of the engineering space is pretty much the same. In the nicest way, in a big carrier, you're just going to have more space, so it works out. It takes up a less percentage of a lower volume of the ship, though. And bigger carrier allows you to have a longer runway, which is good for Vessel aircraft, or a longer landing of any aircraft. So, and it allows you to accommodate more aircraft, and the more airframes you're able to carry, the more you can generate, more sort of reliably you can generate sorties, because the larger pool you have to draw from for your maintainable aircraft. So if you have a problem in an aircraft, you have more of them to drill that sortie of. So it's instead of it being 1 in 12 aircraft going down, frigate, it's 1 in 30 aircraft going down. So if you think about it, if you lose if your one aircraft in the 36 you're carrying goes down on an aircraft type, you've still got 35 other aircraft to generate your strike from. Strike package, let's say it's going to contain 8 aircraft. That's fairly easy to generate from 35 aircraft. If you've got, and if you've got to generate a CAP, a combat air patrol, which means you require 8 aircraft for that duty to maintain that, and you've got generate 8, that's 16 aircraft. You can do that from 35 aircraft. It's going to be hard, but you can do it. Okay. It's doable, even under war conditions with repairing aircraft. If you have 16 aircraft, though, on your ship, I noticed I said earlier 12, but I made it 16 to make life easier for that 8-8 thing. One aircraft goes down. Do you take an aircraft from your strike or from your CAP group? Combat Air Patrol. Which do you do? Do you take down the strike package, which is going to be 12.5% of your strike, or do you take down part of your air defense? So it's useful having more aircraft. 36 makes life a lot easier than 12, 16. 18 is the minimum number of aircraft you need, according to still to this day, in terms of fighter generation. If you want to maintain enough of an air group over your carriers and your amphibious, your task group in wartime, it's still usually grouped as 18 aircraft required. That's 4 aircraft in the air, 4 on deck, 4 at a position where you can get them up to deck to take the deck aircraft space, and 4 others which have come in, which are going through maintenance, and 2 spare airframes to rotate in as you need. So if you think about that, if you're carrying 36 aircraft, you've got 18 for your air defense. You're maintaining that full strength cap of those 4 aircraft airborne at all time and 4 on deck alert. Well, then if you've got another 18, that's your strike group. So you generate your 8 aircraft strike from that, and you've got roughly 4 spare airframes in all that generation capacity. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about 36 aircraft. When we're talking about 18 aircraft, that is what we're talking about. That's how the numbers break down. And people sometimes go, well, this aircraft will operate so many hours. Yes, it will, but in this way, it still needs to come down. It still needs to be maintained. It still needs to be rearmed. It still needs to have its pilots need to have a break. All those things happen. When someone told me, well, drones can be up there permanently. They can be up there permanently, but they still need to refuel. So you need to have a refueling aircraft then, including though, and you can't rearm aircraft in the air. You need to rearm them on ship. They're going to need to. They're not going to. We haven't yet developed the systems. If you can develop the system that allows you to load missiles and bombs onto an aircraft in midair, that is going to be an amazing system. But that's a light years away from the technology level we're at. Cameron Cameron, if your trip's taking for Hamburg, will you go to see a miniature mountain land? Yes. How do you induct like no need to know? How do you feel about non-historians writing history? I'm going to start a book. I'm very aware of. I have. Let's put it this way, okay? My definition of a historian has always been someone who researches history and passes it on. However means they provide it. There are people who are hobby historians. They pass it on, they pass it on verbally. There are people who are academic historians who have formal academic training. But there are still professional historians who do not have academic training, but still, in good faith, go and do full and proper research, and write and publish and earn their income being a historian. I don't have a qualm with anyone doing history, with anyone publishing history, as long as they go and research to the best of their ability in good faith, and they do the research to a quality level. And then by quality level, I do not mean that they have to pass some sort of standard of they have to use so many archives or etc. No, I expect the sources to be referenced and the information to be shown where they've got it. The historical version of showing you're working. That is what I consider good history. I don't care what your background is. I care how you do it. So that's always been my view. As long as you're going to do it well and you're going to do it in good faith. And what do I mean by good faith? Well, we all know the people. We've all bumped into them at various points in the historical world. People who go into a research archive or any research with a fixed idea of what they're looking for, and only look for information which backs up their opinion. Do not ignore or eschew completely, i.e. avoid looking for anything which might contradict them and contradict that view. That is not good faith historical research. And I have very little time for people who don't do good faith research. And I try with people who don't necessarily do good quality stuff. I don't do referencing. I tend to try and give them the benefit of the doubt and try and help them do improve their quality. And if they do improve their quality, then I am perfectly happy and consider and like working them. If they go no, I don't need to reference. I don't need to show my working. You just need to believe me. Then I usually go. Or alternatively, I have to say this was against strange. The example I sometimes give is I was send a message by a historian, naval archaeologist who worked in the Far East, and he disagreed with one of my papers, and he said, "No, you've got this wrong. This." And I went, "Okay, fine. Can you show me the sources?" He listed off sources which are in Japanese, and I can't read Japanese, and I can't get them. I couldn't either get a copy to get translated, or and I looked and went, I can't get those. I can't read those. Well, and that's just fine. So can you give me a source which I can access? You say there's sources which are in English. Can do. Not my job to tell you where the sources are. You can go do research yourself. And I'm sort of going, no. I have to admit, I was slightly more assertive in my initial email back with them than I normally am, but that's because they'd open up their email with "you're wrong," and it was a case of, well, that's an interesting way to open an email. And I think they expected me to immediately agree with them, concede, and rewrite my paper, which was a published paper and had got through the various places of being published, and so had been checked and published and checked and published, and the source had worked through very repeatedly. And I'd worked through the British accounts and the British archive accounts, and I'd referenced all my work. So I was fairly confident. As said, I have a process of starting off, I'm wrong, whenever I finish a paper and try and disprove it. And this was actually a point which I'd worked on, because all the accounts, all the primary source information I can get of, detailed these particular facts. Now, the Japanese, they might be right. The Japanese ones might well tell the story differently and tell the history differently and give me a different account. But I couldn't read them, so I haven't referenced them, and I couldn't access them, so I couldn't access them to get them translated, so I hadn't referenced them. So I've done my best in terms of good faith, as far as I can say, because I've done the best sources I can access within my limitations. And I've referenced and sourced those sources, so you know where I've got my information from. So if I'm wrong, you know where the sources are that I'm getting this from. So if those sources are wrong, we need to know. But you coming in as a person and saying, this is why I wouldn't do it that way. Coming in and saying you're wrong, this, and then only on response listing out sources, which you give no links to where they are, and just giving me names which are in Japanese, which I then try and Google search and I can't find. But you tell me they're this, and this, so I will credit you with good faith, which you obviously aren't crediting me. In that case, and working through it was an interesting experience. But there are limitations to historical research, and I accept that. But it's how you respond to it. And I'm used to being critiqued. I'm dyslexic. I've been critiqued my whole life. It comes with the territory. So I try and be helpful with my critiques and work through people. But if instead of responding like I did, which was trying good faith to engage and understand where it's coming from, if you responded by going, no, I don't need to, I don't care, then frankly you're probably not a good historian. Oh, yeah, I know about the Franco-Ottoman alliance being worded that the French king was a vassal of the Sultan, but again, as you say, in the bilateral agreement, in practice, of course, it's very different. And again, you have similar interesting agreements. I always recommend people to go and look up some of the treaties agreed with China before the Opium Wars, and how they discuss people like Britain, etc. And you look at the theoretical relationship according to this treaty and the real relationship, and you go, yeah, that's where some issues generated. It's funny, yes, the reaction video is going to be entertaining. Problem, I try to have my alternate histories run on logic, so I don't end up saying anything too controversial. Maybe I'll praise the 14-inch guns. Why? Anti-insect devices. Movement sensors can be tuned to filter out movements over a certain size, and then direct a few joules of energy via laser. Ooh, that'd be really fun. Just makes me think of the Sir Patrick quote about getting an education. Mm-hmm. Come on, speaking of number of aircraft, any reconsideration on the UAVs? They're working on them. They'll probably work out the same number of aircraft. Refit, maintenance, all those things. There are immutable things about engineering in terms of our ability to make things work. It just happens. Nice one. Out of the designs that were rejected for the N3 and G3, which one could have been the logical successor to them? I'm going to say K. And if you go and look at the video I did on the N3 and G3 designs for the key ship series, you'll see why. What are your thoughts on John Simida's books? I'm trying to remember the last one I read. I've read some of them. Fairly good. I'm trying to remember a specific book in my. I'm sorry, John, if you're watching. I'm trying to remember a specific book. I don't think, is he still alive? I'm not sure. Is it the right John I'm thinking of? Yeah, he was there till 2017, so yeah, Navy Records Center. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like John's book. I was worried. I was thinking about there was two Johns. I was going in my head. I went, which one's the John Sumida? I'm going to just say they're good because they're both one's books are slightly better than the others, but they're both okay. So I go okay. Yeah, I'm not necessarily as in love with Arthur Pollen as he is, but he's done some very, very good books. Done some very good books. I've got one of his up there, I think. Where have I got it? Where have I got Sumida's book? I think it's... That's Horn, but then Sumida right the chapters in here. Petrie, Lundstrom, Fushida, okay. I thought Sumida wrote some of the chapters in here. I really like those. Or am I getting mistaken with that book over there? No, I think I've got the wrong book. I think it's the other book. I think it's that one up there. Oh, yeah, yeah, it's good books. Paul Isaac, Real Mini, I'd settle for reloading Mark 41 for Silos at Sea. Oh, so would we all. We all would. We all would like that. Actually, I did have a random thought of a capital ship being a drone ship controller. Given the Navy will probably want close control of their Corvette-sized drone missile boats. Was that on bilge pumps? Yeah. Nice. So should I imagine the AO Bolton Paul Sea Lance to be a large Barracuda type design with a radial engine? Pretty much. That would seem to fit with what they're talking about. Actually, I think there was a Bolton Paul entrant into the the Barracuda competition, so you might want to look up that. I seem to remember something about it. Lauren, were there any designs for escorts of 90% hedgehog squid with a few light airs or so on? No. No. There's a reason they always have a deck gun, because occasionally they end up fighting out on the surface with
the lovely little sort of submarine, but also there were more engagements by corvettes with torpedo boats like Chanel boats than really the corvette of the Flower class would have liked, and to an extent, then the Chanel boats would have enjoyed. My second, should I imagine the I've answered that one. Pete Holt, you mentioned Ace Renown as an honorary ship the Royal Navy will pursue. What other ships of other navies do you think have been similarly overlooked? It's hard to find a German ship that's been overlooked, but I would say the Littorio class as a whole have been overlooked in the English history body. I would say, to an extent, also had the Dunkirks, the French capital ships, are similar, and some of the French cruisers could have been very interesting, but they don't get their service time, so they're not overlooked. They just don't have the chance. In World War One, there is definitely not enough English language about the Tekhovs and what they got up to, because those are some very interesting ships. And I would say the Ganguts, because people don't write histories about what they get up to, and they are in use. They're doing things, and they're useful. The Soviets are not in the business of keeping things for no reason. If they're working, they're useful. Nice one. Your question about N3 and G3, the K-Freeze. If you look up my video about N3 and G3s from the Key Ship series, you'll see why I think it's the K-Freeze. Very quickly. Paulus, what ships would you sell or give Ukraine to enable them to ship their grain? Hypothetically, and realizing this is more of a Bill Trump's topic than it not, so I'm not going to get into too much. But I would say if I was them, I would want some SSKs to make sure that surface ships couldn't get involved, and I could make the waters very difficult for any vessel to get into cause problems. And I would need vessels which were good at air defense, point defense of groups, and anti-submarine warfare. There's no AHPs really available. I would probably have to go with Type 23s. That's probably what I would pick at the moment, because they are the best of the anti-submarine warfare frigates that people are actually likely to give away. If you're talking about modern ships, what I would like to give them, well, probably the sensible option would not be a Type 26, it would probably be a Type 31 of some kind. But a Type 31 loaded to bear with as many sea scepters as possible. I would love to say the American frigate, but as much as I like the Constellations, they're a very big frigate. They are a Type 26 equivalent. They are not Type 20. And Type 26 is you must remember, the Type 26 is an anti-submarine warfare frigate that is being built by the British. And the Australians and the Canadians are adapting an anti-submarine warfare frigate while trying to keep its anti-submarine warfare capabilities to general purpose roles. The Constellation is in many ways a general purpose frigate which is being adapted to anti-submarine warfare. So it's kind of the converse. And it's an interesting design. But I would say they need more of an anti-submarine warfare light frigate than they do necessarily need a full general purpose frigate at the moment. Basically, they need to provide themselves with the security, so they need that, and they probably need F-16s, F-18s, something like that to provide air defense over the top. So they can with an AWACS system, so they can provide a combat air patrol from land to try and keep the enemies far away. Have Sea Scepter to deal with anything which leaks through that,
and then also have the support the helicopters for anti-submarines, and have their own submarines around to make sure that nothing comes out of Russian ports to cause trouble. But that's a big mix, and that's asking a big ask of people and skilled personnel when they're currently in a major war. So I don't think you're going to get any of that. I just don't think so. Yeah, I'm suspicious of writers who won't listen to their sources. My favourite historical tool is serendipity. When looking in primary sources, it is where the best discoveries are. Yeah. Johnny, okay, since you mentioned Littorias, may I have a series of videos on overlooked capital ships? I might well be tempted to do Littorias, etc. Comments, in some novel, a World War II U-boat actually won a surface gun duel with an escort. Did it happen historically? Well, there's a theoretical possibility of a lucky shot. But let's put it this way. If you're a U-boat and you get damaged, what do you get damaged on your pressure deck? On your pressure hull? What can you do? You can't submerge. So whilst you might win the fight with one escort, you're going to get beaten up by the next escort, which is going to turn up, and the next escort after that. The nicest way, they're going to be a far better gun platform than you are on the surface. And they only have to do. It's not even their main gun which they have to damage. They can damage you with. Their 40mm pom-pom can do a lot of damage. Their machine guns can do a lot of damage to your pressure hull. So yeah, there is a theoretical possibility. I think I missed it. Well, maybe I got it. I think I missed it though. So that one flicked into the gap. I think it went into the gap. But it's not impossible, but it's, you know, it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. I'm looking at some research projects and wondering why there hasn't been stuff done on any of them. Bright ideas on how to recognize a fool's errand before noticeably going down the rabbit hole. They're all fool's errands until they bear fruit. They're all fool's errands until they bear fruit. There is no such thing as a surefire, definite idea, and once you get down there, you might find the reason for why people haven't been pursuing it. But, yeah. There's no sure thing. There's no sure thing until it bears fruit, so it's all fool's errands. Right. Ooh. I'm going to say thank you for watching. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. I hate to think how many hours I have done over this weekend. I think possibly I am into the 10 hours of video. About well over 8 of it live, including the Twitch stream, which was 3 hours and 55 minutes. So, last questions, and thank you very much. Hello, Melanie. Thank you, Peter Hall. Thank you, Rob Raceback. Thank you, Atrams for done. Take care, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Dashi Vershell. Thank you, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves and hope you found it interesting. I know I have. Let's end the Q&A.
Alright, let's just do that. Ooh. That's all saved. Thank you, BugGuy8229. Thank you, Peter Hall. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, Just Funk. Thank you, Michael Phillips. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Carl Gasberg. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. And thank you very much for watching. Thank you. Thank you, Paul Amos. Toodles.